I still think it's a neat photo just because
I mean, I've got.
it's got the, it's got the.
And get the smoke.
Yeah.
Fitz has a picture of it with the banner and original, but then he also has a picture on his YouTube thing that shows Martin Luther King speaking, and you can see it in the background just prior to Martin Luther King getting assassinated.
Yeah. Last major speech.
Mm-hmm.
Since his last college speech.
It was.
We locked and may not be locked.
Technology's great when it works.
It's locked now, Corey. I got in the office, but I come out here and it's locked.
Restart that. Yeah, and then you use your new password that you just created.
And remember the new password you created.
And then
That's key.
hop on one
I
foot,
wrote
pat
it
your
down,
head.
yeah. It's just locked. It won't do anything. Sorry.
Good thing he's over here.
Yeah.
Or Clancy's right here. I don't know why we're bothering for it.
This was.
Well, he doesn't have his IT helmet on.
Willing to help.
This is what I used right there.
I switched on here, but my email on my phone couldn't let me.
Huh. Unfortunately, mine switched out last week and everything worked, so.
Hey, don't let this.
Computers will have that effect on everyone.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
you want
not
the
yelling at me,
legislative
it's
stuff
being
in it.
quiet.
The thing is, if you get frustrated enough, you can throw it.
Yeah, that'd go over real well. wouldn't it?
Not so sure that isn't what John does every once in a while when he says he
Is
drops.
that what it is? Instead of dropping it, you throw it. Well, that's. We'll start shortly. As we went, well, let's get this.
We are live.
We are live.
Live.
Oh, wonderful. Computer problems.
Don't throw it now.
This is a great example of why IT is so important.
It is.
I want anybody to get upset if we don't actually start at 8:30.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That way.
All of our 2 viewers at the moment.
Is that all we have?
No, I think most of them are probably county people, people watching for the specific agenda item.
Unfortunately, you're probably right.
I think most people come back and watch it later is what I hear.
They do.
Yeah.
Because we'll go back out and check on YouTube and it'll have 300 or 400 views, which tells you that there's a lot to go out after.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Not like we've got a busy agenda today or
No.
anything.
Well, this is not my fault,
Oh, no, of course not.
IT's problem.
I'm gonna start using that excuse too. That's not my problem. I didn't do
Do
it.
I have to do a new one or the
No.
one I've already?
The one you just created.
What's this? It's got a little along there, but nothing shows.
Looks like it's going.
It's working fine.
Aha.
Ah,
Contact.
When the meeting gets done, I'll help you because when you update your password, I'll.
wait till we
I did
get
it.
AI. That's gonna be-
Yeah, no doubt.
Can I just say I updated my password already?
I did too.
I'm a big winner this week.
Carry on.
Does that count towards the score thing?
I said,
Although while we're on,
No.
reset it, put a new one in and it opened up. Then it still had this little alarm. Just the new one on there.
I am having.
This was on the agenda. Didn't we put this on the? Is
I
the
don't know.
agenda?
Public comment.
We get started.
Oh, commission comments. Yeah, IT, yeah.
Oh, where's my comments? What was it doing?
We're gonna be down here this
We
morning.
can add a section.
Fun with
Commission
IT.
issues.
Let's do a quarterly fun with
That's
IT.
good.
This just shows it's a real meeting.
Commission, computer issues, we write on the top of the agenda, right? Okay, I think we're ready to go now. Are we? No? You're
There we
connecting
go.
up.
Okay,
We're ready.
all right.
Thank you, Corey.
You're welcome.
See, I told you IT controls everything. He does that just to show you who's in control.
He wanted to be on TV and.
Rich, my friend. Are you gonna be here? Yes, sir. I will be.
Okay, well, welcome to the December 14th meeting of the Board of Riley County Commissioners. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, do we have public comment this morning? Nancy, you don't have anything tonight?
Sorry, no.
Okay, then we will go to commission comments. Commissioner McKinley?
Okay. Well, I don't have much, but was in the office most of the day yesterday or Tuesday. I really lost this week. Had a meeting with Clancy while we was in here, and then spent a lot of time writing up, filing up all those department head evaluations, getting them up to submit. And that's all I got.
Okay, Commissioner Ford?
Well, oddly enough, I just lost all my comments. I guess I'm having IT problems out here.
Okay, where'd he go?
Well, it's not that big of a deal, not that long of a week, but other than just the NACO meeting I had. On Tuesday, we'll just go ahead and start there. I did make it over to the health department for their holiday party. They have a professional day, and then they do a holiday party afterwards. They had Chick-fil-A cater that. We had Chick-fil-A for lunch, and they had a kind of a white elephant gift exchange with 20, almost 30 people. That was kind of entertaining, actually. See, we wanted whose gifts and what gifts there were, and so yeah, that went well. And then several of the departments kind of went back through and they decorated their doors, and went through and they judged those. So there's some really good ones and some really clever ones, and it wasn't easy to do. So instead of doing just first place, we decided to do a first, second, and third place. There's no prizes or anything, just for bragging rights. But they really did. A couple of them went kind of overboard and went all out for that. It was kind of cool. So anyway, I appreciated that. They've got a really energetic group over there, and it's always fun to hang out with them over the holidays. Tuesday evening, I went over to the Manhattan Garden, Hilton Garden Inn. They have the established business leaders, a holiday function over there. It's hosted by the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce. We were there and got a chance to kind of network with some of the area business leaders and just kind of see what they've been working on and doing throughout 2023. It's hard to believe we're at the end of the year already, but here we are. So yes, it is what it is at the end of the day. So on and so forth. And they kind of had a little catered thing there, and gave us an opportunity to just kind of chat and kind of see what we're working on, just working on some objectives and stuff for 2024 as well. So let me see if I can pull up the meeting notes from yesterday. Yep, right there. And yesterday I had my monthly Microsoft Teams call with the NACO's Community Economic and Workforce Development Committee. Heard some opening remarks and introductions by our chair, Martha Schrader, who's commissioner from Clackamas County, Oregon. I was like putting in that Clackamas County. I like that. Our first speakers was Mr. Merrick Locko and Scott Estrada. They're professional staff members for the House Education and Workforce Committee. That committee is working on a Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. It's a reauthorization proposal, so it does require some funding. Looks like it'll probably go through maybe before the end of the year, but they may wait until February until they know what the funding will be for it, and they can actually get those funding measures. So it may be like a lot of things, it may be till spring before there, but they're working on some interesting proposals that are contained within it, and they're going to come back to it in the spring. Our second speaker was Mr. Tanarsh Kansal. He's the senior officer of the Housing Policy Initiative with the Pew Charitable Trust Fund. They've been working on a survey, and it's basically the majority of Americans and how they favor policies when it comes to housing. And he gave us kind of an updated overview. And I guess what the survey is telling us is that most Americans favor local policies that are enabling housing measures, whatever they are, whether they're from the municipal perspective or the rural perspective. And it was kind of an interesting conversation that pursued after that. And then we kind of followed up with just kind of a discussion of what everybody's been kind of working on in 2023 in terms of workforce development, housing that goes with it, other initiatives, as well as just economic development interests in everybody's sectors with the counties across the country. And we'll meet again in January and start working on policy resolutions for the upcoming year. And other than work, that's been about it. It's kind of a blink and you miss it week.
Got a cold or.
Yeah, I've had a cough for about a week now, and I can't break it. Nothing else, just a cough.
It's going around. Okay, let's see. Tuesday morning, I was on In Focus at K-Man Radio. Items discussed were 2023 accomplishments and and some of the 2024 projects. Vivian was great to give me the cheat sheets on both of those things. So, that was really appreciated. We also discussed, and this came from Elizabeth, there were statistics of the employee recruitment and retention and current openings. That was that presentation that she gave us last week. Let's see. Talked about the comprehensive plan that was being developed by the community for 2025 through 2040. I did discuss the legislative conference being held today, and then there's the upcoming rural conference in March. I think it's March 4th, and other issues. Caller asked about the First Christian Church and wanted to know what was happening on it since he hadn't heard about it in quite some time. I kind of went through the history of what was going on. Then that evening, I attended Fort Riley Middle School choir concert on Fort. And students, they're middle school kids. A friend of mine directs that choir, has developed the program, and they did really good. I think it was the first time they all sang in public. So it was really a nice little concert. Short, but it was really nice. So Wednesday, reviewed documents and worked on reviews of department heads that we finished on Monday. Not quite done. Also went over the agenda and documents for today's meeting. Then yesterday evening, I was invited to attend a community meeting in Keats by a small community group that's been meeting. Representatives from the KDHE and Kansas Water Office had been invited by both the governor's office and Representative Bloom. And they answered questions on their part in the wastewater grant process. It's quite, there's a lot available, and I learned a lot. It's kind of a follow-up for me, or the second time I heard it from the meeting at KAC last week. So it makes a little more sense now, but it's not complicated. In attendance were Tom Stiles and Kara Hendricks from KDHE, and Matt Unruh, who's I think the main person from the Kansas Water Office. And it was a great discussion. It would be good to have them come in and do a presentation to all of us, so we all kind of understand what's out there and available. I'd like to set a work session of some sort on that. I asked them if they would come, and they said, sure, we'd love to. One of them was going to Omaha today, and another was going somewhere else. But it'd be good if we could get that scheduled. And, there's so much complexity there, and there's so much available. I think all of us need to know for all of our districts what's going on. So, okay, that's it. I got home late last night, and I'm here.
Ready for business, commissioners? First item we have, need a motion to sign retail dealers 2024 cereal malt beverage license for Durst Fast Lane, 5321 Tuttle Creek Boulevard, and Durst Fast Lane, 1132 Pillsbury Drive.
Are those, I would think those are the only two that we have outside the city, isn't it? We do that every year, so I mean.
Yeah, that I can think of off the
Yeah.
top of my head. Yeah.
And everything else is out east. Okay,
Or in a small city.
yeah. That's what I was thinking too. Okay. Go ahead and make a motion to sign the retail dealers 2024 serial malt beverage licenses for Darris Fast Lane on Tuttle Creek Boulevard and on Pillsbury Drive.
Second.
Excuse me, it's been moved and seconded to sign the retail dealers cereal malt beverage licenses for Darris Fast Lane on Tuttle Creek Boulevard and Pillsbury Drive. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, just sign it over on this side. You. Next, Commissioners, I have Raleigh County Personnel Action Forms, Caitlin Vinson for a transfer paramedic in the EMS ambulance department, and Andrew Pellant, a new hire intensive supervision care officer manager, drug court, community corrections. Please sign.
One that says it's a transfer. Is she just going full-time to part-time or?
Yes, she's going to full time to as needed.
No, okay.
Yeah.
You. Next, Commissioners, need a motion to approve accounts payable and payroll.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve payroll and accounts payable.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve payroll and accounts payable. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All three sign, please.
Back down to 3, huh? 3 signatures.
Hmm?
Yeah, all right. Got it all streamlined. Or wait, that just means something's coming down the road, doesn't it?
Oh, well, at the end of the year, you'll have 2 series of APs.
I was just
Enjoy it while you
thinking
got it.
that. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
First, I have a couple of small items. One, we have the annual subscription to the Hovers report. It used to be $320 for the 4 of us. And I received it via email the other day and I thought it was a little high, and our AP person, Michelle in the office, did some investigation and it has gone up from 320 to 1,596,
That's
which
just
is
for
a
the annual.
398% price increase. And I emailed the individual that sent it to me and said, that got my attention. Why? Have not received a response, but just wanted to be sure the commissioners wanted to go forward. It's $1,596. So
And they changed their format too. I like the old format.
Well, they got bought up by somebody.
yeah, they got bought out.
And I don't like the new format, so I don't really read it anymore, to be honest with you, because you gotta like. Tap to download it, and then you gotta go individually to the links, and it used to just read out nice and clean, and it doesn't anymore, so. For that price, I'm kind of like, no.
That one we get that's
Just the annual one is, do we
the
get
state
that?
affair, there's
Yeah, you won't get anything.
that called
From
State
Auburn.
Affairs, is that theirs?
Yeah, State
Something
Affairs Inc. Mhm.
That's somebody different, isn't it?
No, that's who bought out Hobbers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I see one time it'll have State Affairs, the next time it has Hoffman. I thought there were two different things. There's the same people. Yeah. I don't know. At least wait until we get an answer of what happened.
Yeah, I
that's-
don't know that we will, but yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, sounds good. We will hold on to that, see if I get a response from them. And then we have the Chamber Leaders Retreat Commissioners coming up January 19th is all it said. There's no details. I would assume it's 19th and 20th like they typically have it, 2 half days.
Yeah.
But there's no agenda or anything. And so just wanted to put it on your radar, see if you guys want registered for it.
I think we're talking about that in next week's meeting, so I'll probably have some details on it, but yeah.
That here?
That's the one in Kansas City.
No, that's the one here.
Oh, that's the one here.
They've been having.
Yeah, they've been
They're
having
gonna do the leadership retreat here and then the board retreat.
Board retreat in Kansas City.
Meeting in Kansas City.
Yep.
It's usually pretty good, but.
Yeah, I'll go.
What date did it say?
It just says 19th. Usually it's. Uh-huh. Mhm. But yeah,
It's one
it's
day.
always on a Friday. It's usually a Friday and a Saturday, but now that it's here, it's just on a Friday, isn't it?
I think they do something on Thursday too.
Or do they?
Like a dinner before.
Yeah.
All it says on here is Friday, January 19th
Okay.
with no
Friday
agenda.
wouldn't be no big deal, but
I think we're talking about that next week during the board
Yeah, we
meeting.
get more details.
let's get a little more detail on it.
Fancy.
No, thanks.
It'd be good to see agenda to see what they've got on it.
Yeah, they said it's supposed to be coming. Sounds good. We'll try to check back with you on that one.
And they have some details next. Coming in Thursday? Yeah, Thursday.
Okay, that'd be great. Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
No.
I didn't see anything.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes as written from the December 11th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
Well, second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes from our meeting on December 11th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How the tentative agendas look, commissioners? Any
Okay.
items for next week's press conference? Yeah, Mr. Holman at 9:00.
And on that stuff you sent about the cemetery, that list, did you see on down in that stack, there was a list of who the board members are on one of those,
Yep.
but, and I know who all they are.
And to see on 2 of them, we gave you the contact information on there.
Yeah.
I saw the previous year, it must have been 20. It was either in 20 or 21 where their budget was 25,000, then they went down to 19 and they've gone up the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
I forgot to put that on my notes, but when I was studying, they had questions.
I know, mowing in cemeteries is extremely expensive.
Well, that's what, if you look at the cost, it's like doubled in 2 years with mowing. But
Mowing's expensive. It is just general mowing in general, but then around cemeteries,
But you
around
go around all
everything,
that stuff.
weed eating.
Yeah.
My son and nephew did that one up in Oldburg area for a while, and they got paid well, but it's a lot of work.
They'll do it for a while though, and
Yeah.
you see what happens, yeah.
And I know everybody on that list.
Yeah,
I know.
I knew you would.
I'd say the first two.
It was funny. I was thinking about that this morning. I knew you'd know him.
Yeah. That's and I'd say the first two is family, it's father, daughter, and the others on there, but. But like I said, yes, after I left, but it came up, I guess they were looking at all the different boards that they said, well, who's on the board? We have a cemetery out there. And they said, is that ours? Or no, it's, and we said, no, it's the county's. And then so Jan came home and said, no, it's not ours, not yours. They got their own group.
Yeah, there was a cemetery that was having some issues last year. They said, well, no one wants to serve on it. The county, and I said, nope, we're not the cemetery business. So your community needs to figure that out. We're not getting into the cemetery business.
It occasionally presents issues in tax foreclosure. It hasn't here, but it did down in Sedgwick County. We had some pretty robust discussions over a cemetery district that was actually up for tax foreclosure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for sure.
And
The taxable.
and the members of the, as I recall, don't hold me to this, but it was a long time ago, but the gist of it was they didn't want to pay and the tax bill wasn't huge. It was like, but they were determined they were only going to pay a certain amount, whether it was $100 or whatever. And I told the guy, if you do that and you stand at $100, somebody will pay $101 for it and then get you to pay them to give it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't believe me. And he tried something. He even came up with his own deal. He stood up and announced as it came up for bid, hey, everybody, this is a cemetery. So don't anybody bid on it because we're only going to pay this much for it. Well, somebody bid $1 more and got it. I don't know how they worked it out, but so you just told them what you don't want to tell everybody. For the frequent flyers at a tax sale, you could buy on spec.
They not get the boiler fixed.
Feels like they did.
My office,
Nope.
they had a problem with it or what? We just fixed that.
That's when John gets paid the big bucks.
It's always fixed. It's old.
It usually is working by
Usually
now.
works.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
John was going to check on it, so I'm sure he's probably got someone scheduled that can get here.
We had that rework, what was it, last year? We did a big
I don't know.
2 years ago.
years ago.
I don't know.
I think it was 2 years ago.
It's one of those things that's just apparently tough to get parts for and stuff too. In our hallway up there leading into our office, you could hang meat in. It's got holes.
That's really cool, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. I've come close to hitting a couple of deers. I know exactly where to go now.
There you go.
Take it down to the county building.
My evening was spent butchering a 900-pound steer last night.
Oh,
You got it done and went in an evening?
Got anything extra? I'll make some jerky.
Thanks to my son helping me, because him and
Oh,
I are pretty
goodness.
good at running knives. It took him and I 3 hours to get
Oh,
it
my
done.
goodness.
Yeah, it's quartered and boned. It's not the finished process tonight, so.
So you got it. And you got it in the shed.
No, neighbor called me here at work at 2:30, says, hey, 2 cattle were fighting. One got his leg caught under the feed truck, broke his leg. I got to put it down. Come out and help me.
Oh,
So
Nice.
Real question.
top that.
When do we eat?
Yeah. Where do we get some of those
I don't know,
steaks?
have at least steak, maybe not lobster after all.
Mhm.
yeah, one of my brothers, when he lived out county, that had one shed and he converted it into a butcher shop and all the neighbors went in deer season. Cause he worked construction too. He got a stainless steel counter that they tore out of some building one time and put it in there, got all the stuff. And all the neighbors kind of went together. Every time somebody got one, they'd all come in.
I thought about doing that. Commissioner Wells has a walk-in freezer that he's offered to give me if I come down and take it out. I just kind of figured it would be handy at times.
Okay, Clancy.
Morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Riley County Council. This afternoon, beginning of, we have the legislative conference, beginning with a catered lunch. I hope I remember, but it's your, yes, but it plays these in your packets, and the same material that you've seen again. These will be available to anybody who attends till run out. And certainly we'll hold some for the members of the delegation we were going to attend. We have the usual format. 12:30. Have lunch and have those conversations. And begin the meeting and then get started with the first item, 12:35, a discussion of the county's proposed unincorporated area nuisance abatement act. Broken it down into discussion of the statewide problem with copy of an exhibit, quite frankly, that has and also B as well. The good part of that exhibit is it's the same material that was presented to the Senate committee. And that's why it looks familiar, but I think it's pretty persuasive stuff. And to the extent anything's going to explain, we actually begin with, I'm going to roll back up here, what was presented to KAC's Legislative Policy Committee, so that so the legislators are aware. We've followed the process. We've let other counties know. And if this is an issue, we have the rationale here to find this solution is necessary. And quite frankly, it's because we don't have right now a legislative solution. What we've got is a court restriction on what counties can do. And we're obligated to follow that. The next court decision said that counties, the short form of it is counties can't do self-help. And what is described as self-help is when someone will clean up the property in the unincorporated area. There's an exemption for ag, but somebody who has a residence and is letting it become overwhelmingly cluttered with stuff or maybe not finishing construction of an item, perhaps, of a residence for decades. There are limits to what we can do. Because the court found that the statutory scheme does not specifically allow counties to go in if you can't work out an agreement, then unlike cities, counties cannot clean up the property on their own and then put the costs of that on the real property. And that is a powerful way to get those kind of problems resolved. Senate Bill 162, which was been introduced and proposed by the county last session. And we had a good, like I said before, good hearing in front of the Senate committee. They asked good questions, and they were not opposed to this. In fact, what we learned after the fact sometime was at least there's been some discussion apparently on that committee or around that committee about, do we want to pass something like Senate Bill 162, and this would apply only to Riley County. That's what Senate Bill 162 does. The reason it reads that way is because it's based on Senate Bill 52, which was given to Sedgwick County. And we thought, well, if they're willing to do some special legislation on this subject for Sedgwick County, why not us? And that's the rationale. That's why it's not a uniform act. But some of that interesting discussion has been, well, maybe we ought to do a uniform act. Why have to hear from every other county about their own problems and that this really is a problem? Then why not just pass a statute that applies to every county and gives them the ability to do those things, some version of those things that are in here? The reason this bill's as long as it is, this proposed legislation is because, again, Senate Bill 52, which is what the legislature passed and which will sunset this coming summer, if it is not reenacted, reauthorized by the legislature for Sedgwick County, so they will lose the ability to do this. But it has things in it. One of the things it has in it is you still have to go through the process of going to district court, which is fine. That's what we normally do without this. And you have to get an actual nuisance, among other things. There's also an appeal process in there built in, an appeal to the Board of County Commissioners, and the county commission is directly involved in deciding, even though you got this finding in district court, and we don't think this is appropriate to go forward with the county cleaning up property for whatever reason. You know, the landowner has the opportunity to appeal that. It's designed to be, I'm sure this is the reason, I imagine it's the reason Senate Bill 52 passed for Central County, is it's designed to be fair. Doesn't mean the person that's subject to it is going to like it. So it's designed to be a fair process. And quite frankly, some of their neighbors might like it very well. In these kind of issues, you've always got that balance between what someone wants to do individually with their own property and what impact does it have on those people around you? Because those impacts are real. Everything from the traditional, interference with the look of a property, but to the more practical stuff about attracting vermin and that kind of thing. Real health issues that can arise in these kind of circumstances for neighboring properties. And it kind of goes back to that old saying about your right to swing your fist ends where the tip of my nose begins. We've got here again examples of what was presented to the Senate committee. I think it's worthwhile for our delegation to see those things about how three of those local properties. We're not saying these properties would necessarily involve, if this act were passed, if this became law, it does not mean that this is some kind of promise that that's what's going to happen, because you could, with the existing of that legislation, you could suddenly get cooperation from folks who know that the county has that authority. But it's a real request. And if some of these properties within the unincorporated area of Raleigh County were not brought up to speed through a cooperative effort, then naturally they would be something that would be considered for this kind of remedy. We want to be upfront about that. But on the one hand, it's not saying that's what's going to happen, but it's saying this is the type of property we're talking about that's ripe for this kind of solution. So, and a lot of this bears the signature of former Deputy County Councilor Craig Cox for a reason. He was heavily involved in all the preliminary steps regarding a given property up on the highway. The other thing that we've attached is not just what was done here, but we wanted to give them a sense for what kind of action was taken regarding that property because of the way the current law reads. And that's what this Court of Appeals opinion is in there about. That's on that property along the highway. And this appeal was taken by the property owner with counsel when the court found that the property was a nuisance. And it deals with a single issue, really. The single issue was the appeal timely? And it was not, because multiple court proceedings were necessary to go in and ask the district court to find that it was a nuisance and then to find the landowner in contempt when he refused to comply with the court's order. This tells the tale of how that went. And it's an indication. The reason I've got it in there is to show without this kind of authority, Senate Bill 162 grants, this is what you're left with. If you get to a point where after years of trying to get compliance, you still end up in an appellate process, which again, here doesn't solve the nuisance. All it did was solve the fact that no, your appeal's not on time. You don't get a challenge it on appeal, but you're still left with court enforcement eventually at the district court level of any kind of finding of nuisance, any kind of finding of contempt. The reason contempt is important, it's not because it sounds bad. You're being contemptuous of someone. That's not the idea. You're disobeying a direct court order. And if you do that, one of the things that you're subject to, even without Senate Bill 162, is you're subject to being put in jail if the district court finds within its authority, without abusing its authority, making a decision that it can't make a decision. The standard would be abuse of discretion, so it couldn't make a decision that no court in its right mind would make. And that's pretty tough. That's not generally gonna happen, thankfully, in Kansas. Without that kind of proof, then the decision stands, and you can actually have someone incarcerated for a period of time because of a nuisance violation. Quite frankly, it was requested in this case as it went along because there just was no other answer. Fines weren't making an impact. The only thing you can do under the code for enforcement of county resolutions, that statutory scheme that the court interpreted to mean, well, we can't do self-help if you're a county. We just got to the point where that had to happen. There had to be a request for jail time. It was not to incarcerate the landowner in some significant, just at least when the landowner is not obeying your orders in writing that have said this has to happen, at least consider a weekend stay at the county's expense or part of a weekend and get their attention. And that sounds harsh, but it's also harsh, quite frankly, in the public to have something that just is defying any efforts to be solved. So I'll let you know the background, why that's in there. No one's expected to read the whole decision. That's why I'm going to describe it to the delegation also. But tell them why it's there. Because at their leisure, they can go back and see that there is a rational basis for the request. The next item on the agenda, the discussion of the impact of the van transfer losses, obviously restart of LABTRF. I always forget to add the F. I don't see that on there all the time. The league would use it. The restart of that portion of the existing law that says that the state can transfer a percentage of their sales tax receipts back to the counties as a means of helping them reduce or keep as low as possible local property tax levels. And this has, it's the most updated one. It goes through fiscal year 2022. And you'll see the total losses for all counties and cities is close to $2 billion through fiscal year 2022. So it's obviously, there's a year unaccounted for there. It's the best global type information we have for the state. And so the legislators, both our delegation and other legislators, can see that this affects every county and every city. And that's why the board is asking, obviously, for a restart of that. Next item would be Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611. That's the one that has a cap on real property valuation. And this is the one that we've talked about before as being a bad idea because, and it's the same reason I'm going to give our delegation. It appears to be a recipe for eventual statewide reappraisal because it's going to result in non-uniform and non-equal rates of assessment and taxation between virtually identical real properties. When you freeze the value and take certain properties out of the market forces, but you let others be subject to it or in the same home, I don't know how you get anywhere else. Eventually, if it stays in place long enough. And it would have to be long enough that becomes, it wouldn't be instantaneous. There's no way to tell how long it might take. So it's not, I'm not trying to be alarmist here, but I'm saying if you leave it in there for a significant period of time, I don't see how it ends up any other way. The real way to, I've said to delegation members before, and I've said to anybody who's listening occasionally, is you really want to, you want to fix the level of taxation, you already have that authority. Every governing body in the state, every county has the ability, every county board of county commissioner has the ability to keep their property taxes as low as they want to by simply passing the budget that does that. And when I mentioned that to during the conference to one of those in favor of this, and the response was, "Well, that's hard." Yes, yeah. It is because it
Don't
means
disagree.
adding services.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it means.
That's exactly.
Right.
That's no questions. But there just has to be some kind of decision made at the highest levels of the legislature, I suppose, as to whether that's, I don't know, whether that's a legitimate solution.
Well, I just find it interesting. I mean, just looking outside the state on this one, I said I had a conversation with, what's the county equivalent in Kentucky, and they're capped at 4%. They can't raise their property tax 4%. They don't mess with the appraisals there in the state in that process, but counties are capped at 4%. That's as far as you can go. Does it cause challenges, particularly in the environment that we find ourselves in with inflation and rising costs? Absolutely. But, that is what it is. So, but they realize that same point that, you can't have an unequal or unbalanced market in how you appraise things. You have to look at it from a different perspective. And that's what's not going to happen here if that passes. It's just my opinion.
Definitely going to be interesting. I have nothing else, but if you have questions, I'd be glad to answer. Try to get you back to the right spot. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. Next commissioner, we have Kevin Larson at 9:20. Morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
How are you?
I didn't even take any of your time.
I love that.
Change your microwave.
Great. You've had some interesting information.
After a while, it's tired saying it.
Now he's there here. Goldman thing. He's getting fined, but not paying him, I've seen.
Well, they've been challenging those.
No.
And so that's been part of the whole
Part of
process.
the project, yeah.
I don't know.
You said at one time there was fines, but then he wasn't.
Well, it clearly wasn't moving along. Whether or not there was some paid or not, I just don't know. The point was to get the order specifically and terms in it about this has to be cleaned up, and it's just not getting done.
That's what. City Riley. Why they're getting this one. Yeah. Or to do this kind of things. And they did get this good amount. They're supposed to do it, but now they've got some guy out of Rossville. That's got Mother. He gets Rossville Silver Lake. He's gonna.
Not my blanket.
Looks like a soft blanket.
It is.
It's one of those things you're not expecting to do it every
It's
time.
cold over here.
I'll try and remember to send him an email
Thank
to
you.
double check.
Got it. Check.
Well, it's a matter of probably scheduling someone to come get it, If it's not one of our staff that does it, there's probably a central mechanic who needs to come
Yeah,
get
I've heard
it.
that. So
It's going through the whole
She-
building.
you know,
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
it's-
That wasn't what she had a pile of stuff. back
You have to sit in your office all day.
well, that's really one of the primary benefits of enforcement. You just want people to see, no, we're serious.
Yeah, and that's people send out letters, and a lot of people don't know, I didn't realize it.
Sure.
And then,
You still
we
got
got a court
cookies, huh?
something, it's.
Oh, there are.
If you want to stop them, we're not the ones that were particularly.
Are they still fresh? Are they getting?
Other than getting the,
Not horrible, yeah.
and that's what. The city attorney was also. Like senators, and they had said they had, they done them and he said, I'm judges. He said, I want to put anybody in jail. But they did finally do one. Everybody else got in line real quick. When they saw they put somebody in there for the weekend, they got everybody's attention.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of comments, and it's on the enforcement side. there's always gonna be the pool, but just water. You know, but most people have that service.
Right.
It's 9:20. Kevin?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Honored to be here to represent the Raleigh County Council on Aging. I just have to admit, you've made my life a lot interesting this last year, since you have not given us any increase in money for the last 5 years. Certainly have had a lot of commentary and reactions, so we've had to probably walk the route you have to walk quite often. But I do want to remind you that the Riley County Council on Aging's purpose is to represent the older population of Riley County in funding requests, supporting proposals and projects important to aging, determining and communicating the needs and services for the aging while encouraging, facilitating activities that benefit older people by coordinating with agencies and organizations that work with older people. And we're very fortunate that we do have a good group of people who have volunteered to serve on this council. Our first vice chair is Kay Taylor. Our second vice chair is Jim Spike. Our treasurer is Sharon Pullman. Our secretary is Ruth Green. Our first executive board member is Dan Brown. Our second executive board member is Kitty Pursley. Our third executive board member is Mary Kay Henry, and she has submitted her resignation due to health issues. We do have the opportunity for county appointments, which is basically to have a representative representing you as county commissioners to our board meetings. At this point, we only have Carl Treef, who represents John Ford's district. And so the representatives for Greg McKinley and Catherine, we have nobody there. And according to what I understand, you are the ones who make those appointments and stuff. So you could have a representative that would come and meet with us when we meet there. Our funding agencies are, of course, as we talk quite a bit about, the North Central Flint Hills Area Agency on Aging. As you know, that's composed of 18 counties. And what they do is go through those 18 counties, and they go through and figure out the population of each county, the percentage of that population that is senior citizens, and then they go through and make their budget, and then they go through and appropriate on the basis of senior citizens, how much the different counties should be eligible to pay in to support their budget. At this point right now, Riley County is the second highest in senior citizens. Actually, Saline County has more percentage of senior citizens than Riley County does. But obviously, in the last few years, Riley County has missed the amount of money that they recommend for our communities like the last several years. Anyway, so they are the ones primarily responsible for the Meals on Wheels program. And obviously, you know, we have a very interesting situation where they work at the kitchen there at what is now called the Manhattan Senior Center. So now you have that governmental entity, you have the senior citizen entity, you have our area council agency, and anytime you get more than one governmental entity involved, it becomes a mess and stuff. That's quite interesting. But anyway, they do provide the Meals on Wheels, and certainly they've been working hard to make everything work at that point. Then we have good Chris Nolte, who was with the Good Shepherd Home Care and Hospice. And I think it's kind of interesting to note, she's been making a good point to realize that Good Shepherd Home Care and Hospice is the only hospice entity in Riley County that is nonprofit. As you know, there's lots of advertisements for hospice care and stuff in the county, but they are for profit. And a lot of times the main people who are in charge of that are out at Topeka. And so there's not a lot of in local oversight to what's going on. But Good Shepherd Home Care and Hospice, if a person comes to hospice care and they can't pay what is needed, they obviously will take care of them anyway. So that's important to note that this the only nonprofit hospice home care in the county. And then, of course, we do have support for the Leonardville Council on Aging, the Blue Valley Randolph Seniors, the Riley Senior Meal, the Midfield Volunteer Center, which is also the AmeriCorps seniors, and they are very responsible for a lot of the volunteer activities that take place in the county. They have people who drive people to medical appointments. They have people who will go out like this fall, who take time to rake leaves and do things for individual homeowners that can't get it done. So anytime they put out a call for volunteers, they're oftentimes there. And then, of course, the Riley Senior Meals gets support there, as we said. Then we have the Manhattan Senior Center, and then we have the Zedale Senior Center. We also have representatives from the Ogden Senior Group. They've been kind of not real active lately, but they're starting to take up some interest. The one sad thing is that the Meals on Wheels program are willing to take meals to Ogden, and they will do that. But the problem is you can't find anybody who's willing to pick up the meals and drive them to Ogden. And they're even willing to pay these people to an hourly wage to take them there. You still can't get it. And I remember a couple of years ago, the Meals on Wheels program said, we could take meals up to Leonardville and Riley. And so there is a move. Actually, in the Leonardville Riley area, we went around and asked people, would you be interested in having a Meals on Wheels program? Well, a lot of them said, yeah, we probably could be. But the problem was nobody stepped forward to want to go to Manhattan to pick up the meals. And then the idea was you'd bring the meal to a central location, and then you'd have to have somebody from Leonardville or Riley come down to those central locations and pick up the meals and deliver them. There was no interest in doing that. So obviously a lot of these programs are out there. It's just that we don't have the people who, even if they get paid to do it, are not willing to have to be obligated, I guess you might say, on a regular basis to do that. So it is kind of a frustrating thing when you got that opportunity that could be there, and it's just not being taken advantage of. You just can't get volunteers or people who are willing to do that. So we do have the opportunity to get some of that activities there. But all of these programs, obviously the big thing that the Leonardville, Randolph, Riley, Zedale group do is they meet and they have a gathering. And so obviously part of the money that you give to those entities helps supplement the meal cost, so you can have a meal at a relatively reasonable price. Now, it's interesting that I go to the Randolph Senior Meals quite often. They charge $7. I go to the Leonardville Senior Meals, they charge $3. I go to the Riley Senior Meals and they charge $5. So it all depends on how their local group, the governing body, determines how much they feel they want to support and how much money they have to have that. So it's kind of interesting, but certainly in the Randolph area, they have done an excellent job of having a program entity every week. And they, back when they owned their own little building, they would have maybe like 5 or 6 people show up. Now I say at times they get as high as 25 people showing up for their meal. And they have a local gal who used to run the restaurant in Randolph, which is now making the meals, and you get a really good meal for that. And Leonardville is picking up, and they are starting to have some programs periodically, but they are running well over 25 every time too, and such. So we have that. The Zedale group is just sort of restarting up again. And if you've been out in the Zedale area, you know that they have torn down the old grade school building and they are making a park. And I think they did this recently, admitted to the county park board funding and stuff like that. So they're really excited about working with that. They do meet in the church annex building there. And so they're getting activity there. And the Riley Senior Meals, they only meet every other Wednesday, first, second, and fourth Wednesday. And such at that point, and their meals are catered by the local, they're in Riley. And Leonardville hired Susan Stockwell to cook her meal. And I told her the other day, 2 or 3 people came in at the last minute and they said, do you have enough food for them? And she said, yes. She said, years ago, my mother, she was quite the cook and she worked at K-State in the food service, had a family gathering and her mother-in-law came in and told her, you really should have more food. So from that point on, she said, we always had more food. There was going to make sure there was always plenty of food. So there's always plenty of food and they do a good job with that too. So obviously our effort is to keep senior citizens involved. A lot of it is basically some of the people will stay after at the Riley Leonardville Randolph group and they will play cards or dominoes seems to be a popular thing. But for some of these people, it's their one chance to get out and have some interaction. Randolph has that one woman who is 102 and for her, that's one of her times she can get out and interact with people. And it's amazing how alert and if you want to know anything of the past 102 years of history, she knows it right down to the point. So quite fascinating. So active programs, certainly a very important part of our county activities to support senior citizens. And it's just hard for me to realize that I'm a senior citizen. It's sobering for me to realize how my generation is getting. That's we're there. So anyway, any questions? Well, we appreciate the opportunity to come and share with you. Again, like I say, just I got a little taste of what you go through with last year. So anyway, thank you much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Great. Shiloh.
Commissioners. Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer with the November revenue information. The end of November, the county general fund showed a balance of $21,271,325. We currently still have just over $13 million in the ARPA funds. And you can see here, we are sitting at about just over 12 million in our tax holding funds. First half taxes are coming in very steadily right now. And I looked at where we were at the end of November last year, and we're about $2 million. We collected about $2 million more in November of this year than we did last year. It seemed like when the tax statements went out, the payments started flooding in. So that's good. And interesting, a lot of the taxes are being paid in full. I would say that's people are getting those taken care of. We ended the month of November with a total fund balance of $81,567,520. You can see here we have just over $12 million in investments, and then you have the ARPA account and the active checking. Our interest year to date in the general fund is $2,386,046. And we currently have earned $635,602 in the ARPA account. The active checking account had a rate of 5.48%. And we did get an investment last month of 5.56%. And when I put those in, those investments, they are for 1 year, and I have them staggered through them every month. So I'm getting back up to where there's about anywhere from $1.5 to $2 million that roll over that matures every month. So I'm trying to get that built back up again. Our general fund revenue for the month of November, we had $795,508. Some of the Larger numbers, obviously, our sales tax came in over what was budgeted for the month. Investment interest, of course, and looks like ambulance EMS had a big month in the month of November. Year to date, we are at 10.68% over what was budgeted through the month of November for general fund revenues. And then the total amount, we collected 108.36% of total budgeted revenues for 2023. So then we move on to sales tax. Riley County, of the total amount of sales tax collected, Riley County retained $467,338.20. $216,907 went into the general fund sales tax, and $250,431 went into the road and bridge. Year to date, we are 31.21% over what was budgeted for the year of 2023. When you look historically here, you can see year to date, our general fund sales tax has shown an increase of 3.06% over what we had for 2022. And road and bridge is, of course, lower because of that rate change. And the last page I have here for you is the breakdown of the total sales tax and how it was distributed among the cities within Riley County. Here in December, we did make the third quarter sales tax payment to the small cities. So that has been taken care of. And that's going out with this AP run. Any questions about any of those numbers?
I guess that makes sense. 3 home games that month. Sales tax wise.
Well, and the month before was so much lower, even more lower, so it's kind of an odd couple months swing. You generally balances out between a couple months, and it didn't quite balance out there, so I was kind of.
We got some negative 14 on the road and bridge to 52 to 16 to peaks and valleys.
Just interesting, not that we can do anything about it.
No, but it's just interesting to take that kind of trend for the future a little bit and planning for things.
And you do have to remember that in 22, we did have that kind of those 2 months where they had a reporting error where the 1 month was higher and they had to make it up in the next month. So that's skewing it just a little bit. So the only other thing, like I said, taxes are coming in very steadily right now. The only other thing is that I just wanted to let the commissioners know that we are planning to close at noon on the 29th for our year-end balancing. And we have a lot of tasks that we'd like to get done that afternoon, plus getting everything set up for the new year on 2024. So we will we're here.
Yeah, I know. December is already halfway gone.
Any questions or anything else I can provide for you?
I think so.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, you have the chamber at 9:45.
area.
Hey, how you doing? Ready for the holidays?
I think so.
Feel better than I am. Yeah, you definitely shocked me. Yeah. Gift cards it is this year.
Just years old.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'm also living on a prayer that my daughter will get her Christmas list from her family members, so I can just swoop in and grab the last minute stuff, but.
Yeah, 20 seconds, sir. Yep. Promise that will help me actually talk about things that you're interested in hearing as opposed to looking through my notes trying to talk about other things. Dogs out this morning. It's not too cool. It's not. It's like the sun's never come out. Well, it's not only that.
The sunrise was gorgeous.
Oh, it's pretty,
this morning.
pretty,
The clouds
yeah.
rolling in. Oh man, yesterday
Yeah.
was really pretty.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually had to stop at the stoplight and didn't notice it turned green. Fortunately, there was nobody. I had to stop and just really look at that and be like, God, I'm glad I live in Kansas.
Hasn't warmed up much out there. It's kind of high clouds and it's just.
Yeah.
Something really not coming out. There's. You had that. It's that when you go around outside of Kansas City, you take that 70 on the.
So. Almost like, wow.
It's gonna have to be cold Saturday morning, right?
Yeah, for Rick's concern.
Yeah.
Almost because it wasn't cold for Veterans Day, so we gotta have one ceremony.
I spoke at the Veterans Day, the same one over at the Veterans Cemetery. Oh, the poor little girl doing the color. She was so frozen. She had tears. She was crying. I was like, I'm gonna hurry because I felt so bad for her.
Who was that?
This is last year during Wreaths Across America. I gave a short little speech during that, but boy, it was windy and it was cold and oh yeah. Everybody was kind of frozen. That poor little girl, she was shaking, she was crying. I felt so bad for her.
And so it's like to go coffee cup.
we reached the point to that.
Yes.
All right. I don't know what the consequences are of starting early, but there's no reason to find that. So.
There's a ramp door underneath there. Good job.
All right, good morning, commissioners. Darren Sullivan from the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce with Economic Development. Just want to appreciate y'all having us this morning. Happy holidays as we get towards the end of 2023. I'll give a quick update on some economic development activity and a couple things. Couple things we're working on. Christian Bishop's going to talk about some military related activities that are going on too, including appreciate all of your involvement in the various different Veteran Day activities last month. So I know that's happened since last time we were here to update. So a couple things from my end. Several of these you've heard somewhat regular updates on, but we're reaching or nearing points of completion. Small business loans. So this is there's Elevate Loan Fund, which is up to $15,000, low interest, 3-year terms, eligible to businesses within the city limits of Manhattan, and that's just purely due to the funding source being the city for the capitalize that fund. Though that program, along with a Network Kansas program called Empower, which is up to $15,000 loans, 4-year terms, low interest, so 4% interest. Those are, and that will be eligible across the 3-county region, and specific to that one's specific to minority-owned businesses. Those are going to be launched. It'll be very end of this week or beginning of next week. So those will go live. There'll be some information on a website. There'll be part of a press release. We'll make sure that gets distributed to you as well via email and then shared across the various different press outlets. But those are ready to be launched. There'll be a local review board in that process. Just if you have questions about those, obviously we're happy to answer. Spark is happy to help with that. They're providing some of the administrative services on those programs. As far as review process and everything there, those programs will be opened up. There's going to be a regularly monthly review process for those. So folks apply and get their applications in and everything's completed there. That's being built out on top of an existing process that exists for Network Kansas community loans, the Network Kansas and Department of Commerce Grow Kansas loans, so some other small business funding mechanisms that we have a local group that's currently involved in the administration of. So just want to remind folks that that's not an all new process there. There's an existing process in place. We've been doing this for a number of years, and obviously there'll be additional capacity added by these new programs, which is a great thing, getting some resources out to businesses. But that process is one that already exists, and got some great group of people there looking forward to doing more loans. So that's coming here within the next couple of days, which is really exciting. Next week on the 19th, we'll have our team over at City Commission that evening, kind of giving our end of year annual report. We'll reference a document or two in that I'll be sharing digitally next week with all of you, and then we'll bring printed copies when we're over in January. But it's our annual report booklet along with some additional supporting information. So keep an eye out for that. We'll be emailing that over next week once it's finalized and presented. And then on the kind of business recruitment and asset development side of things, couple areas of note here. One, I feel like we've seen some a good bit of activity recently around ag technology, animal health, biomanufacturing, some of those target industries we've mentioned in the past. Hosted a group of ag technology and animal health companies here in the community earlier this week, along with a number of other regional economic development partners. And so it was great to, and those are companies from around the country. So it was great to have that group of companies here, talk to them about things that are going on in K-State, things that are going on in the community, things that just opportunities they have to grow and develop here. And so hope to stay engaged with those folks. We'll be hosting in January some of the State Department of Commerce's international business team. So they have some specific they've added some staff on the international team, and they have some specific recruitment efforts underway targeting specific countries. And in this case, with this visit, it's a particular European country. So we'll be hosting some of their folks here, and same interest. I mean, they look at Kansas, especially the Manhattan area. Obviously, there's parts of Kansas where it's aerospace and other industries, but when they look at Manhattan, biosecurity, biodefense, animal health, ag technology. And so we're going to be bringing a group together to meet with those folks and then be able to take that message for the Manhattan, Riley County area out to an international audience. So I think that's exciting. Appreciate what the state is doing through the Kansas Department of Commerce and Lieutenant Governor and the Commerce Secretary Tolwin is doing as far as making sure that commerce and your international division is staffed up and those efforts are underway. It does make a difference to local communities like ours when they're out doing some of that legwork. So excited to see where that goes. Again, we'll keep you up to date but we're seeing some more activity on that front. So I think that's a really good thing. The last thing for me is to support that effort. Obviously, and you've heard us talk about this previously, but having to have places or having locations to land companies in. So industrial sites, some of the recent statistics. As we've been engaging with entities like the Site Selectors Guild or national conferences, or we took a group along with Potawatomi County, our Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership Group, and met with some site selectors in South Carolina earlier this fall. It's no project or no product, no project. It's really challenging right now if you don't have project ready or shovel ready ground, especially 50+ acre sites. To land a lot of the industrial projects that are out there, and there's a lot of them. So as you heard from us in the past, that's something that's been top priority for a while. We're getting really close to having a strategy, and would anticipate that that's something we'll start to socialize and talk a little bit more about in January. As far as maybe a path forward, or we'll sit down and talk a little bit more about how to potentially have a path forward on getting that done. So creating some additional sites in the region where we could land some companies that maybe need a little bit larger than what's currently available, which is more of that 15 to 20 acres. Start talking 30+, 50+ acre sites, and it's just something that we don't have it in mind right now. So look forward to being able to have that conversation here in the near future. Any questions for me before Christian comes up?
Leadership retreat next month. I know it's a little off.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. We have leadership retreat this year. Let me make sure I give you the date right. I'm going to say the 19th of January. So that's going to be a 1 day this year instead of a 2 day. We would send some information out on that. But so instead of a
Thursday, Friday,
instead of part of the day Thursday and all day Friday, or offsite, it was part of the day Thursday or part of the day Friday and then part of the day on Saturday. So all day Friday during the working day here in town, and can register through the chamber website.
Mm-hmm.
So look forward to having you there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good deal. All right, Christian.
Good morning. As Darren mentioned, the last time we met, it was the day before Veterans Day. So just a small update. As you guys all know, it was a huge success, and we had 1,600 attendees actually participate in the parade from various school districts: 383, 475, 378, the 180, Color Guard, Soldiers, Band, and of course, commissioners. It was up 405 participants from last year. So with the coalition, it was just a great success, and we are already planning on how we can grow it next year, just to make it bigger, to include working with the schools. Veterans Day is always an option for them to have the day off. So, of course, working with the school districts, that if they do take Veterans Day off, we will have a contingency of maybe having it on Friday instead of Monday, just to maximize participation. Couple ceremonies. Sustainment Brigade hosted their change of responsibility this past week, with Sergeant Major Raby leaving to go to Fort Stewart, Georgia. So Sergeant Major Raby, if you are acquainted, did fill in as the 1ID Danger 6 or 7 for a few months. And so he was replaced by Adam, I'm going to mess up his name, but it's Benzan's son, and he's coming here, and they're actually dual military. So his wife is a chief warrant officer with a CAV. So always great to get two soldiers here as a dual career, choosing Fort Riley, and always amazing. They've been in for 20 years, and this is the first time they've actually came to Fort Riley. So they're super excited, and of course, we're giving a big Flint Hills welcome. The MRC lunch last week was with the Garrison Command Team, which they gave an overview of just all of the accomplishments of 2023. And they also gave a projection of all of the trainings for 2024, which includes 1st Brigade will be going after holiday break into gunnery live fire. So as you guys all know, the Sounds of Freedom will start to ramp back up soon. Danger Ready exercise is January through February, which will require all of 1ID to be in the field for anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. And then 2nd Brigade will go into gunnery live fire as soon as 1st Brigade. So you will hear the Sounds of Freedom probably until June this year. One of the biggest things that they did share with us, and knock on wood, we're hoping that this stays true with all of the conflicts going on, but when combat aviation gets back in the fall, that will be not only the first time all of the brigades are home, but the first time in 12 years, all of the brigades don't have any contingencies to go forward in some sort. So we will continue to work with Garrison on what that looks like to have almost 14,000 troops home, because like I said, it's been 12 years since that has happened. So I will knock on wood again that stays. And then last, just a couple of upcoming events. The 1ID Holiday Band concert is this Friday and Saturday at 7 p.m. at the CL Opera House. And then Sunday at 2 p.m. And then Race Across America is Saturday from starting at 11 at the Fort Riley Cemetery. So any questions?
Nice holiday party a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was just talking to Jason. I didn't realize that was the first time that we had they had hosted a holiday party since 2019.
Yeah.
So it was just great. And I asked them, they all survived, because 7 sessions sometimes can get a little weary on your feet to stand the whole time. So thank you guys all, and happy holidays.
You too.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Next commissioner, we have Julie Gibbs at 10. Oh, no. Yeah, that thing was coming up with me too. I exited that and it eventually just put in your password, your new password. Just
Yeah,
put that
but
in there.
it won't take that, and then it wants the
It won't?
authenticator from my mobile phone.
Oh, yeah, you need your authenticator. Yeah.
Well, that's what, on my phone, tonight, I wanted to change, it said enter the password, and then it said enter the authenticator.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
when I went to the authenticator on the phone, then it deleted, I couldn't get back to the other one.
So, yeah. So it works out. Yeah. They do this on really every month that you Yeah. Yeah, well, she was with us.
Got it.
I just needed my phone and I'm taking it in my office. So it's
weekend's almost here. It's gonna be a long day here. Ready for Julie?
Yes.
Need to make a motion? Motion that we recesses the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health.
Second.
So moved and seconded to recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Good morning. Julie Gibbs with the Health Department. I'm joined with Kaylin Speth. She's the WIC supervisor. She'll follow my presentation with more details on WIC. So as usual, Shelley's provided our expenses and our revenues in a pretty graphic form. And everything looks as usual this time of year. Any questions on any of that? Move on to program updates. So the maternal and child health program held all of their Becoming a Mom classes on Thursdays. I don't know why I didn't change that yet. I thought I changed all of my Septembers to the update, but that should be November. They had 85 class participants, so that's a record high for them for their Becoming a Mom classes. They've also had success with their health equity project, the yoga classes on Wednesdays. They have held their yoga classes 4 out of the 5 Wednesdays because of the holiday season. So 31 participants attended the 4 yoga classes with 6 children taking part in the free childcare. MCH applied for the KDHE Core SIP grant. SIP stands for State Injury Prevention Program. These are small grants. They were awarded $4,500 to purchase safe sleep bundles, including pack and plays, safe sleep snacks, and pacifiers for the 2024 community baby shower, which is tentatively scheduled for June 8th this year. They'll also be applying for the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation grant again in January to purchase additional pack and plays and to help pay for marketing for that event. So more details to come as they continue planning the baby shower. They are partnering with the zoo this year, so we'll be at a different location this year. Let's see, clinic updates. They had a high amount of immunizations for the month of November. They administered 1,052 total immunizations across 668 patients. They had 132 family planning visits for a total of 856 appointments in November. The clinic will administer meningitis vaccinations at Manhattan High School on Monday, December 18th. There's still quite a few students who need that vaccine, so we're hoping to get a lot of shots in arms for meningitis vaccine. Childcare licensing has been pretty busy. They're investigating 12 complaints currently and working on 5 initials. Angie, one of our specialists, took part in the safety committee visits for the Boys and Girls Club in Manhattan. And childcare licensing partnered with CASITO, which stands for Kansas Childcare Training Opportunities, to hold a training for providers, and they had 11 in attendance. So this is a chart of how many inspections they had in November. So 26 total across 5 counties. And this is their facility chart, which I always provide. This is for the month of December. So we're still down some providers, 1 in Riley and 1 in Clay, for a total of 2 across the region. Raising Riley's been busy. They've had quite a few parent education opportunities in November. They completed their Circle of Security parenting training cycle with 3 families in attendance. They held a Build Your Bounce training for parents, focusing on resilience training, with 4 in attendance. And they held their monthly parent book club and had 4 parents in attendance for that. They also held a few educational events and professional development for providers. They hosted a trauma-informed care training for childcare providers in Riley County, and they had 15 providers attend. Chelsea also taught a CPR and first aid course and had 6 providers get certified. There's not a lot of outreach opportunities in November, not as many as there were in October. But Chelsea did attend the holiday event in collaboration with No Stone Unturned, and that was in December. She interacted with 25 adults, and there were 30 kids there. The Raising Riley department held their holiday party for childcare providers on December 11th, and it was a successful event, as it usually is. They'll also host their family holiday event this Saturday. Then as far as grant updates, we did make an offer to someone for the MRC unit leader position. That's a part-time position for the next 2 years. So hopefully everything works well, and we'll hopefully have that person start on January 2nd.
We're still conducting interviews for the Drug Endangered Children of Kansas Coalition Coordinator. So we have 6 interviews that we've conducted so far this week, and 1 more today. The workforce development, we did receive our contract from KDHE. So this is the money that's come down from federal. We've been talking about it for like a year and a half, and we're finally seeing the contract now. So that money came to KDHE, and 40% is to go to local health departments. So they divvied it out based on social vulnerability index and population. So the amount that we were to receive is a little over $159,000 to be spent over the next 5 years. So we applied for this in the way of continuing education for our staff. So any kind of webinar or conference or any CEUs that our staff might need, they'll apply to get part of that funding. So we have an application that the supervisors are working on. They'll have to explain to us, of course, what it is and how it will benefit them and how it will benefit their program as well. And then I wanted to go over some family planning customer survey results. All of our programs have to send out a survey. It depends on the grant though, as far as how many times a year they have to do it and what is on that survey. But most ask similar questions like basic overall satisfaction. How do they like the time between making appointments and being seen? These are typical questions. For our family planning program, the grant requires us to do this twice a year, so once in January and once in July. So these results are from July. So we had 71 clients complete this survey in the month of July. So one of the questions that we asked them is time between making an appointment and being seen. How satisfied are you with this? Most answered great, 87%, 10% answered good. And of course, these aren't all the questions. That would take me a while to go over all of the questions. I just picked out a few for you. We also wanted to know, courtesy of our staff, and most responded that they were satisfied with this. 97% said great, 3% said good. We also wanted to know if, when they were in that appointment, if the nurse or whoever they saw clearly explained what they wanted to know. And most said yes, 96% saying great, 4% saying good. And then of course we want to know, how did they hear about us? 40% heard about us online. We did have 20% specify other. And when we asked them to be more specific on that, some left but most said they were returning clients. 15% said relative, 14% said friend, and 11% were referred to us. And most of those were referred to us from Levine Health Center. Mm-hmm. And then these were just some comments that I pulled out, and I didn't just pull out the good ones. They were all good. But most said we were friendly, our staff was friendly, courteous, clean. A lot of them said that the facility was clean, so kudos to our custodians. So overall, some pretty good comments there. And then this is my to-do list of things to expect from me in the next year. Well, February, March time period, and this is to hold myself accountable. So I'm going to put together a progress report on our 2020 to 2025 strategic plan. We have that public right now. You can view it on our website, but we want to report out on that. So I'll have that done hopefully by the end of February, early March. We also do an annual report every year. So I usually try to get this done by February, late February, early March. We are changing the format up a little bit this year. We decided less words, more graphs and pictures because people don't like to read. So we'll try to change that up a little bit, but still include all the information that we have included. And then we're preparing for our 3rd community needs assessment. So the first one was conducted in 2015, and it's every 5 years from there on out. So we're hoping to complete that or have it ready to go, I guess, by the spring, and then maybe into 2025 as well. We'll see how that goes. But that is in collaboration with the Flint Hills Wellness Coalition, and we make that available electronically, and we'll have paper forms as well. And then we are preparing for our reaccreditation, which will take place in 2025. So Shanika's gearing up for that. She's got all the departments with their measurements of what they need to look for. So we're getting ready for that as well. And as you mentioned, Commissioner Ford, we need to celebrate the fact that we're accredited and hopefully reaccredited in 2025. So we'll do that. Any questions on anything? I'll let Caitlin do.
the recent TV celebrity. I think I saw her on TV.
It's my favorite day of the year.
I looked at it. I know her.
Yeah.
It was on
WWW.
Yeah.
Alma had a Christmas like shopping day or something, and she's
Yeah.
very involved in
The
it.
Saturday after Thanksgiving, they had a shop small.
And I forget which station it was on.
Or was it KSNT?
I think it's WIBW.
Yeah.
I saw.
I watch them both. I usually watch WIBW, but
I
yeah.
just walked into the bakery to get a cinnamon roll and
Surprise.
like permanent bracelets, and then yeah, they were there. No one else was gonna do it. So my daughter also guest appeared, and she was very excited.
Did she bring you any cinnamon rolls, Julie?
No,
No.
so sorry. Yes, that was very, very fun. Go to Alma if you can. All right, so I am going to provide a review of what WIC is and then a update on what we've completed and great. Okay. So first, WIC stands for Women, Infants, and Children. We serve income eligible pregnant women, breastfeeding and postpartum women, infants, and children up to the age of 5. WIC is a federal grant program. And so WIC receives their funding through the annual appropriations process. Like I was here a month ago talking about possible government shutdown. So we're always watching the annual budget process very closely. And our total number of participants is determined based off of what Congress allocates to the WIC program. So WIC is not an entitlement program. We can serve up until our budget runs out. Participants must meet up to 185% of the federal poverty level. So for a family size of 4, they can earn up to $55,500 annually and qualify for the WIC program. If clients have CAN-CARE or SNAP or food assistance, those would be automatic criteria for them to be eligible for the WIC program. All right, so we serve, sorry, too big. We have 2 full-time clinics. We have our Fort Riley office in the Irwin Army Community Hospital, and then we have our Manhattan office here at the Family and Child Resource Center building. In each office, we have 2 registered dietitians, 2 clerks, and a breastfeeding peer counselor. And I go between both. We also oversee the Potawatomi County WIC program with twice-a-month mobile clinics. And let's see, the purple graph kind of shows the proportion of our caseload for each of those clinics. For fiscal year 23, our average monthly participation numbers were 2,552 clients, which is a 23% increase since 2021. Our staff has been very busy.
Do you have a breakdown between the counties on that and Fort Riley?
So it's not written down, but it's about probably 1,200 Fort Riley, 1,200 Manhattan, and the rest.
Good. That's good to know. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I would imagine that our Fort Riley office will grow quite a bit as we just initiated a referral system. So our MCH and WIC referral form is in the new OB paperwork packet, and we are getting 15 to 20 referrals a week just from that. The state WIC office requires us to maintain 98% of an assigned caseload number, and we have historically been over 110% of that. And so our client to provider ratio is very high, higher than the surrounding counties, and it doesn't leave a whole lot of flexibility. We're required to get our clients in within a certain time period for federal regulations, and we open up more clinic space. I jump into clinic as a dietitian to make that happen, because we won't let anybody go past that requirement. It's usually 10 to 20 days from when they contact us. But we do like to get them in the same week that they call. All right, so
essential services of WIC. We provide nutrition education with our registered dietitians. Clients are required to complete 4 education appointments per year. So those can range from in-depth nutrition counseling to online specifically recommended lessons. Our dietitians talk about anything from prenatal to picky eating and everything and things that we probably don't ever expect to talk about. The second part is the healthy foods. Probably the most known aspect of the WIC program. So we provide a food prescription based off of that specific life stage. So whether they're a pregnant mom or an infant or a 4-year-old, there's different food categories, and our dietitians will, through their nutrition counseling, will assess their needs, see if there's any tailoring that we can make to their food package that would meet preferences, allergies, or cultural needs that they have. Breastfeeding support. WIC is a big proponent of breastfeeding. We provide new breastfeeding education during prenatal visits. We refer to MCH for their Becoming a Mom breastfeeding class. A lot of our clients who have gone through that class have said that it's great. They learn so much from that class. We're able to partner with MCH on that. We connect moms with their breastfeeding peer counselors. And that just helps them have some encouragement, some friendly texts along the way, and somebody to reach out to just as they need it. Because we know, not every breastfeeding problem happens between 8 and 5 of the day. We have free breast pumps for WIC moms, so no charge at all. If their pump from their health insurance doesn't work out or they need an extra one, we can provide that free of charge. But we also have a pump rental program through our Milk Matters grant for non-WIC eligible moms. And that's a one-time $50 fee. And then we are also a depot site for the Oklahoma Mother's Milk Bank. And so approved moms can drop off their donated breast milk to us. We will ship that over to Oklahoma where they pasteurize it and then send it to NICUs to help fragile babies. So we're very excited about that partnership. And then finally, WIC is a referral service. Our clinic, we refer to our partner programs like MCH and Raising Riley, as well as vaccinations, family planning, developmental screenings, dental screenings, early learning, pretty much whatever they need. We'll find a way to get them there. And then just a quick overview of some statistics. WIC is still a very popular program. Majority of donors support WIC and support increasing the dollar value of the WIC benefit. And then for every dollar spent on WIC, it has a $2.48 return on investment in healthcare costs. And locally, WIC oversees 10 stores between Pot, Riley, and then the commissary in Fort Riley. And there were 1.5 million WIC dollars spent at those stores in fiscal year 23. I would say Walmart, Dillon's East, and Dillon's West are our biggest.
Okay. Let's see.
All right, and then for health impact, WIC is shown to have multiple health benefits, reducing maternal risk factors like preeclampsia, preventing low birth weight babies, preterm babies, preventing obesity, type 2 diabetes, and it also leads to better nutrient intake for our moms and for our kids. It's been shown to have children eat more veggies, whole grains, and then decreasing sugar sweetened beverages. And like Julie said, we send out a customer satisfaction survey after all of our appointments. And in that, we ask them what behavior changes they have made based off of their WIC appointment. So our most common responses were eat more fruits and vegetables, drink more water, and try new foods. All right, so I added a couple accomplishments that we're very proud of for 2023. In February, we had a public health intern. She had previous dental experience back in her home country. And we had, based off of our communication with some of the adults in the Afghan community, dental health and the importance of dental health was a need for them. So we coordinated with MART, or the Manhattan Area Resettlement Team, and joined one of the Afghan women's groups. And our public health student, she created a presentation with the help of an interpreter. We provided that at one of their women's groups. We sat with them on the floor and drank tea and just had a great time. We were able to use that as one of their WIC appointments. We were able to get measurements for all of the kids that were on WIC. And we were able to set up a new complete a full new appointment for a family that had just arrived. Able to get them a card that same day, and just meet the needs of that population. So this effort was recognized by the National WIC Association, and in May, Lori and I went to San Diego to the annual conference, and we received the Health Equity Champion Award for that work. And then Power of Produce is an initiative that's been going through the summer, the last few years, at the farmers market to help kids learn more about fruits and vegetables, and providing tokens for them to purchase their own from their local farmers. So one of our dietitians, Kathy, she is coordinating a lot of this effort, coordinating the activities. And many of the WIC staff are there on Saturday mornings, helping out. So Senator Marshall and the USDA and FNS came to Kansas for a conference, I think, and our state WIC office selected us as the host site to host a roundtable discussion with Senator Marshall, the USDA FNS administrators. We included WIC participants to share their story, our community partners, and then local vendors.
May owe you an apology for that. There was a miscommunication on that panel because they invited me to come to it too, and I got the time or the date or something wrong. And I got a text from one of his staffers like, I see your names here. We wanted to get you connected with the senator ahead of time, and I don't know what happened there, but I apologize for that. So okay.
Well, it was a great discussion. We were able to highlight the importance of the WIC program on healthy behaviors, the importance of the increased fruit and vegetable dollars that's been going since COVID, and then also reinforce the need for investment in the WIC program and modernization to make WIC more accessible. It was a great discussion.
Good.
Great, and then wanted to highlight some of the outreach that we've done this year. Our clinic is very active in outreach activities. According to the state, we only have to do 2 per year, and we usually do 2 every 2 weeks. So we attend all of the health department events, but we also participate in parades, trunk or treats. 2 of our Fort Riley clerks dressed up as the tooth fairies in the middle there. At IAC, community baby showers, early learning registration. JJ, one of our IAC clerks, she attends the weekly victory welcome on Fort Riley to educate incoming soldiers about WIC classes or WIC services. And then she also attends monthly centering classes that are for expecting mothers. So that's probably why our caseload has grown about 25%. So. All right, and then for 2023 continuing education, we had staff attend the National WIC Association conferences in San Diego, and we've come back from both of those with tools to improve our services for clients. One of our dietitians received a certification in obesity and weight management. And then our Manhattan breastfeeding care counselor is expanding her knowledge of lactation care and is planning to sit for the IBCLC exam in 2024. All right. So part of the WIC grant requires a annual report or submission of our nutrition services plan. It's just an evaluation of the previous year as well as goals for the next year. We're required to have a clinic goal and a breastfeeding goal. For 2023, our clinic goal was to continue our work on the CDC developmental milestones checklist for our appointments. This checklist was sent to caregivers prior to their appointment. 645 checklists were completed and reviewed by the dietitians. 22 referrals were made for possible developmental delays. And then we found that 9 children were enrolled in services after that. So the checklist is not being given to all clients right now. It's just as they express a need or we hear something that might be a little bit concerning, we'll pull it out, go over it with them. But it was a good opportunity to learn more about what the appropriate developmental stages are for each age and where we can refer our clients to. And then our breastfeeding goal was to expand the breastfeeding peer counselor program to the Fort Riley Clinic. Our Manhattan breastfeeding peer counselor had to oversee both clinics. Our high caseload does not allow for that to be very personable. So hiring a military mom who knows the experience of our military families was a priority for that clinic. Our interpreter actually kind of fit the bill with that. So Amelia was hired as the Fort Riley peer counselor in February. And so she has been very busy in that clinic. She's doing peer counselor hours for 15 hours a week. She rounds at the hospital 2 days a week, makes many contacts weekly, and then she is helping gather those referrals from the OB. For 2024, our clinic goal is to promote vitamin use for all women of childbearing age. If they don't have access to a vitamin, we provide them one in office at that moment and instruct on safety and use. We're very excited about this opportunity. When Lori and I were in San Diego, we spoke with a company called Vitamin Angels, and they provide free prenatal vitamins to programs that work with vulnerable populations that might not have access to vitamins. So we were able to get an annual supply of free prenatal vitamins. The clients that have taken them are very excited about them. They are very small. They don't make their stomach hurt. They don't make them sick. And that's very important if we want them to continue taking a vitamin. We also did a lot of research into this specific one. We wanted to make sure that it met specific nutrient requirements for our clients, including iron, folic acid, choline, and other nutrients that might not be found in over-the-counter prenatals. And then our breastfeeding goal is to become a breastfeeding-friendly local health department. This designation is provided from the Kansas Breastfeeding Coalition. We are doing all the work right now. It's just kind of getting our ducks in a row and having it put on paper. And so my plan is to apply for this designation in the new year, and we'll have a visit from the KBC and just recognize that our health department does a lot of work with breastfeeding, not just in WIC, but MCH, and promoting it through all the programs. Right, and then just looking forward, my main thoughts for 2024 is just making WIC more accessible. I know with our current caseload increasing, we still have a lot of work to do. We know there's families in the community that are not receiving services, even though they're eligible. So figuring out what we can do to meet them where they're at and make it as easy of a process as possible for them. Participating in modernization discussions. I'm involved in communication with the state agency and some local or other local agency coordinators on improving our EMR system, our looking at a new platform for document submission, checking appointments, and again, just making it more accessible and easy. And then finally, we are piloting a nutrition education platform. We received the notification back in the spring, but it's been delayed a bit. We started in November, and so this is just a new tool that we can use with our clients to send them recommended lessons, have handouts that are specific to what they're needing, recipes, and so far it's been a really neat tool to use for our appointments. And that's our team minus one of our clerks, Alexis. She started after this picture was taken. So there's 11 of us. I did print out an annual report for everybody, so I'll pass that around.
And I think you guys have some bragging rights for the next year, don't they?
Yeah.
From the holiday party? Didn't they win?
Oh, yes, we did not.
Oh, you did not.
Not CPL.
Got second, okay.
And also that you don't watch The Office.
Yeah.
You could appeal that decision.
I'll make sure that I do. I said it to my husband. I said I did not win, and he was like, "Where's store decoration?" And I'm like, "Well, no, that's rude."
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think one of the interesting things here we're gonna have to watch early in 24 is the funding for WIC falls under SNAP, which falls under USDA funding in the Farm Bill, which is not currently passed as part of one of the 12 appropriations, and it's gonna be, that one's gonna be highly debated in the process, and we gotta watch it carefully.
I don't think WIC is part of the Farm Bill. It would be separate. From the Farm
It's
Bill.
part of the SNAP funding that comes down there, which is,
Okay.
yeah. It's a separate part of it,
Yeah.
but it's all connected, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For Brittany, commissioners? Need a motion?
Yeah, we do need a motion that we recess as the Board of County Health and then reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
Second.
So moved and seconded to recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. All in favor?
Aye.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Hey.
Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to report our November cash flows. So we'll start with economic development. No transactions in November. So our unencumbered cash balance as of the end of November was $340,085.60. County building. We did not have any revenue, but we expended $16,729, bringing our unencumbered cash balance to $188,208. CIP, we brought in $5,457 in revenue. We had a total of $239,876 in expenditures for November. That's between regular expenditures for the year and encumbrances from prior years, bringing our unencumbered cash balance to $12,968,135.
Brittany, can you make that a little bigger?
Yeah. That a little bit better.
Big as possible.
Okay.
You'll understand someday. Right, John?
Yes, sir.
Wear contacts. I can't read that if that helps. Scroll through these. Half-cent sales tax. We have not received any more any really additional revenue for like sales tax, but we did have a $500 reimbursement. And then we had $182,371 worth of expenditures, which again is normal expenditures for the 2023 year. And then we also had expenditures for prior year encumbrances, bringing our unencumbered cash balance to $6,729,684. And then the 0.2% sales tax. We brought in $250,431 in revenue. And we have no expenditures at this time and that brings our unencumbered cash balance to $1,937,430. Are there any questions, commissioners?
John, do you have any questions? Brittany?
No, I was thinking on that 0.2 cent when we get to, I guess, March of next year, we might want to just do a whole year analysis since it started in March. Should we kind of know where we're at?
Yep.
Okay.
Do that.
That's out of that note. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you, commissioners.
Next commissioner, you have David Adams up at 10:40.
Right, yeah. 2 weeks. Yeah. VHS. Yeah, I didn't know how long it would take to quit all that. He said, yeah, so you should have your map on. For review, and then hopefully I did check. Yes. And I got that in my. Oh, we've got that. I didn't realize that. I thought it would be. Yeah. Sure. You know, it's only.
I can't read from there. So I do make sense, but I can't read. Oh, really?
So I'm actually more likely to need a small connection.
Yeah. No, I can't do it related to the contacts.
You still can't read it?
Not on the screen.
Even with your contacts in? You need new contacts.
I just got these. I just got.
I'd return them.
Yeah.
What makes you say that? Yeah.
I'm really thinking about LASIK surgery. Are you? Yeah. I feel like it might be life changing.
So my sister kind of lives on the left line, so she always has these names, but she suggested that I get a one contact, one major contact. Just if you want to. Are you the back everything forever away? I can't say anything else, and then my brain will adjust. And then I don't give him see it. Yeah. And he's had it.
You're not right.
They try to look at anything that's up there, I try to get rid of them.
Where's that?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of blocks up there by the.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in Lakeside.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, is that right? Are you in Lakeside or are you in University Park?
Because I'm really badly.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Switch my contacts out for a month. We're not switching you guys.
Well, I mean, if you're Lakeside.
You're not responsible.
Then that's a separate issue. Basically, but if you're University Park, it directly affects residents out there. Because I mean, that's why I don't care. If you're Lakeside lots, we may own UP lots. I don't know exactly where you are. But
my daughter.
Lakeside, that's a separate issue.
She does not naturally have good vision and all that, so she got the Davies version, they have different name for it, a little bit different surgery, but. She always like, I mean, she.
Are you that little
She can
trailer?
see it, she can be a pilot.
No, there's
But
one.
she also feels like, she's only
I thought it was
27. She
Okay,
had,
well.
was
in 4 lots south of that.
about
Okay,
23.
so
And she'd already.
south of that, yeah, so all of those
Didn't.
are Lakeside
So,
properties.
I mean, her eyes were very bad.
What the current plan that I understand is Lakeside lots
I don't know,
are
but-
not
And she
currently.
also has.
The plan, there is no plan to connect Lakeside lots to the sewer. It's, as far as I understand.
Great assault, but she is.
Well, that'd be a question to ask the committee, I'll tell you whatever.
So that's my last.
Your eyes are still broken down.
You know, I'm just telling you a little bit that I know, so these guys are the ones that know, it'd be a great time to ask them at the meeting or on side. That's what that sign is based about. Certain number of connections.
That's, well, you wouldn't have to see it.
And then who are you?
Evan McMillan.
Yeah.
Certain number of additional connections that come with you. University Park does have priority. And
Doing my last time you think for me?
it's, I'd have to see where your lots are at.
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
No, ma'am, no, I'm actually here for the EMS presentation. Yeah, no, that's good to check. I already.
I always have trouble looking down the face. You're just way too. Wow, yeah, you're harder than yesterday.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Adams, EMS Director. I'm here to request to fill an open position. We have an open full-time EMT position within our department due to a resignation. This is a budgeted position. They provide direct patient care. They are assigned to an ambulance, and then they're assigned as well to events, standbys that we do, such as athletic events. So it is budgeted, so there's no adverse budgetary effects. If we don't fill this position, then that will require overtime by other staff, because as you recall, we're a little different than most departments where if we have an empty seat, then we have an ambulance that's not responding. So the job description is attached as well, I believe. Well, do you have any questions?
No changes to the position.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to fill an open full-time EMT position within the EMS ambulance department.
A second.
So moved and seconded to fill an open full-time EMT position within the EMS ambulance department. All in favor? Aye.
Great, thank you.
3 sign, please. Thanks, David. Next, Commissioner, you have Evan McMillan at 10:50. University Park.
Okay.
That's- Yeah. A couple of them have been here for.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't clicking.
Mhm, Yeah.
But I did.
Yeah. You were the first one to apologize. I don't give you these things in our life.
Kelly, you're stuck in.
You have to work that out. I have that things.
I'm so sorry I missed that Chick-fil-A, because I didn't have much at all yesterday. I went to the dentist.
It was good.
Yeah, if I could.
Normally it's more of a potluck, everybody brings something.
Yeah.
So they didn't do it differently this year.
People, the exact same, I go, okay, you know, pick one of those, and if they say something, somebody else didn't say it.
Yeah, there's like, I mean. She can join the next one. Okay, so yeah, news.
Yeah, thanks.
Otherwise I'll bring them out, but. That's not. Take a mess. It's a public hearing, but it's a new key this.
You know what that's like, right? Yeah. It's never good when you got to meet with Evan. He's the heavy.
Well, he was the one that brought us the positive news.
Yeah, we're changing that.
A long ways to go to make you the good guy.
Yeah, a long way.
Start somewhere.
There's a long history.
Yeah.
That's a long quote unquote road.
This is getting very scary. That's what it was. Something else we have to open it anyway. Yes. Or do we let him?
You can do either, but it'd probably be good to announce beginning of the public hearing. It's not advertised as such.
So we probably didn't send out here.
You could ask him, I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Had it big turns.
No,
Solid.
Oh.
You did in front of public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they,
it was advertised as all that stuff's got notice.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
Good, okay.
Just to show us.
He's the thing
For us.
water.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks better.
And his marketing.
Yeah, which I couldn't be bothered.
It's good to know.
Yeah, for sure. Nice to have that clear up.
Yeah.
Well, and the main problem is that's still, I think that's what the.
Yeah.
Yeah, he markets it. He has,
Yeah.
he has, like, pushers out there, you know, that puts the top over there, so he pays probably, and then he hires folks. to take care of it. He did-
Right. Yeah, and I did that myself and it's.
You need to talk about it.
It's, I couldn't believe that. So we. No, I did a good charge for you. I'm sorry, when you're living far away, you're going to do that yourself. Yeah. There were different times. Yeah, it's true.
Yes.
Jim had to run down here a couple of times. To fix the ones.
Oh, yeah.
Ready, commissioners?
I want to open the public meeting as advertised.
Morning, Commissioners. Evan McMillan, Public Works, here mainly to give an update on the University Park Lagoon project. This will also serve as the public hearing for the funding applications as it's required. 2 potential locations were selected for the lagoon. Both these locations are just west of the water tower. Soil borings were scheduled for the locations, which ended up hitting refusal. First round hit a refusal, which I guess signified that there was rock in the area as expected. So knowing that we would want to come back and bore with a different coring bit to bore through that rock and see how thick it is, we kind of held off on some of the initial boring. So in most recent sampling, we were able to cut through the rock layer, found that it's only a few inches thick, which is promising. We will know more once we get full geotechnical report, which should be a few weeks, my guess. In addition to the lagoon, the project also requires a new force main from the lift station to the lagoon, then the new lift station at the existing treatment facility. Total project cost is estimated to be $1,962,210. We did hear that we received $1.5 million from the small town water and sewer grant, and plan to fund the remaining $462,210 through the state revolving fund. Now, the state revolving fund does have loan forgiveness. It's largely dependent on how much funds they have available in the account, whether or not the district meets the requirements for that funding. So I've got a total cost breakdown for the residents. Now, this is pretty preliminary and it's based per connection. So that's not necessarily how it's going to be assessed at the end. It could be per lot, it could be square footage. So at the very bottom there, we've got the total cost per resident, or I guess per connection, based on no funding whatsoever. So that's about $24,000. Applying the $1.5 million grant, that brings the cost down to $5,742,000. That'll be funded through the state revolving fund, but that's assuming no forgiveness. If we do get some portion of the forgiveness, here I have an assumption of roughly 30% loan forgiveness. That brings cost down to $4,000. And we're also applying for the USDA grant and loan. And those are the 2 options if we do the USDA only, and then incorporate USDA along with the state revolving fund. Based on our estimate of how much the operation and maintenance costs are going to be, we don't see a large increase in the current sewer rates over the next few years, but we'll know more once we have the lagoon. Like I said, we're actually doing maintenance. All I have.
What are the current rates would be on top of these, right?
Yes.
What are the current?
So that'll be in a special assessment. Current rates, I think, are 33 just for the sewer per month, and then we've got capital on top of that.
Like you explained, I tried to look at that yesterday. I couldn't figure out what that.
Yeah, I didn't really know that. I didn't spell out the STWSIA.
Yeah.
I was on that as well, but that is the $1.5 million.
Right, I understand now.
Are there any questions from or comments from the public? So, you come to the podium, state your name and address.
James Slaymaker, resident of University Park. And first off, I think Evan's done a great job managing this difficult project and coordinating with the community. It's all gone well, but he's worked through it and I'm very pleased and done an extra job for his staff, his help, getting the grants. We appreciate that. Well, a couple of questions I have is, are we, you're pretty specific on 1.9 down to the pennies, what's the expected growth on that? I mean, everything has a bump on this. What are we looking at here? And then that's one question. And then, is the design complete for capacity, now, or do you have to wait for the core samples so we know how big the lagoon is going to be? So what we can take for growth, where are we at with that? And that's it. So I just want to say thank you.
So this cost estimate is, again, a preliminary estimate of the total cost of the project. There's going to be some differences in fuel prices that will largely affect the cost. There will be differences in the amount of PVC that will come into the project. We will likely have to relocate the water line because it will go through the area where the lagoon is. So that's an additional cost. All that we believe has been accounted for in this estimate. We've got some extra contingencies to account for that. So as far as the design of the lagoon, we're still waiting on samples for that. I believe they'll do some kind of percolation or seepage tests to see how much the seepage rate that we'll have in the lagoon. That'll give us the final size of the lagoon. So we've got a pretty good ballpark right now. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll close the public meeting.
Thank you.
So we have any comments or questions of Evans?
No, so we've done a good job.
Yeah. I can see at least one of these is going somewhat in a good direction. Yeah, of the several that we have.
So I guess the motion would be if we want to pursue the loan from KDHE State Reserve.
Yeah, so I would say absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
These dollars are there. This is what it's available for. Let's use it to reduce the cost. That could be my opinion.
The percentage on those loans, we're looking at what, 3-4%, something like that? We were saying something about it last night.
It depends on the term of the loan. I believe for a 40-year for the state revolving fund, it's historically around 1.72%. Then USDA, I think, is 1.75 for a 40-year term.
Okay. That sounds pretty reasonable in today's market.
Right. Yeah.
The matter is, it probably will never get down to that overall.
Probably not.
Okay, well, if there's no further questions or okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we continue moving forward with pursuing a loan from the KDHE State Revolving Loan Fund Program in the amount of $462,210 even.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we continue moving forward with pursuing a loan from KDHE State Revolving Loan Fund Program in the amount of $462,210. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Evan.
Thank you.
Next, commissioners, John, 11.
Are we applying for technical assistance from the state? Have we got an application?
Are we done?
I'm not sure which one.
Well, they're talking about, the infrastructure hub and everything, but in addition to getting loans on projects, they have a loan project thing with technical assistance. Where
How many people are we?
with Brian, but technical assistance is, where they can coordinate all sorts of loans for the grant.
That's really what O'Brien does for us already.
Well, they said this was in addition to that in the payment.
We'll see, we don't pay Widow O'Brien's anything
Yeah,
to do
the state
that.
does.
Mhm.
But this was in addition to that, they determined which is the best project overall, and they said they will also pay for soil samples and stuff. That-
Yeah, we can ask her
all
about
kinds of
that.
things.
But
And
I
they
mean,
have
that's
a-
what we hire Widow O'Brien's for.
Yeah.
They know that stuff inside and out better than any
Yeah.
internal staff. I mean, they deal with federal grants all over.
Yeah, so I'm not for sure, because they talked about that last night, that was in
The
addition
best
to
for
what they
Keats
pay.
is that right
What are you
there.
expecting?
That's the best
Well,
option for them.
This legislative bill.
It is
We don't
good. I mean, it was amazing presentation, I think. And I mean,
It's just a matter of getting the money. That's why this program had the money too, but that project didn't get it. Only this one
Yeah.
did.
they were really good, but there's something else in that that they don't normally pay for that we can get off.
And actually, this could pay for 100%.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Maybe.
up to 100%.
Yeah. I didn't know if that was when you were looking at TSB.
We'll ask Jennifer
Yeah.
about that. We meet with her weekly.
Okay, John?
Good morning, Commissioner John Ellerman, Public Works. This morning I have a park issue, or I think a request today. Every year we put in 60,000 for the community parks that they split up amongst each other. And this last year they added Zinedale to that group. Every year they go through and divide up the money to see who gets what for what projects they have coming up. In 23, University Park received a funding of about $7,000, maybe a little more. They have 7,000 left in that allotment, I guess, that they're looking to build pickleball court, basketball court, and they would like to take the 7,000 and put it into a CIP to reserve to build up some more funds for the next year or two to help with that project. I think they're looking at a $38,000 project. As they slowly build up some money or funds for their own and some funds from the community park allocation that I think we've done this in the past. It sounded like when Randolph built the restrooms for their park. They carried over some as they got allotted until they built up enough funds to start or pay for some of the project. That's what we're asking to do here with the 7,000 for University Park got in 23. And just as a side note, we're probably going to see some more of that coming. A couple other, we're looking at restrooms also that are $100,000 projects. Some of these are bigger projects and 60,000 doesn't quite go as far as it used to. Yeah.
Well, I guess my question is, why can't it just stay in the park fund? Why does it have to be transferred to CIP? There's gotta be a reason, right?
Well, there's not a parks fund, so the correction on that, it's public works budget. He has it in a parks division, so it need to be clear, there is not a parks fund anymore. There used to be.
Okay.
And so the problem is the reason they do this is because his ending balance is in the general fund and it just goes into carryover.
Okay.
And that's why they're requesting, since it was designated for this purpose, to put it in CIP. So Brittany has the pleasure of tracking it for the next 20 years to determine how much funds are allocated until they have enough to do the project they want.
The department budgets are zeroed, basically zeroed out.
All those in general fund. Mhm.
Yeah.
I figured there had to be a specific reason for that. I look at it, I don't remember seeing the parks.
Used to be a separate department.
Okay. That makes sense.
I guess the term CIP was used for basically the savings account. And just that's someplace to put it.
Someplace to put them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I make a motion then to transfer the 7,000 from a public works parks budget to CIP for the University Park project.
Second.
So moved and seconded for $7,000 from Public Works Park budget to CIP for the University Park project. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. You have Shelley Woodard, 11:05.
You really deliver your instructions.
She didn't realize her employment papers was on there. She didn't read the
Part of
fine,
it,
can't read the
right?
fine print.
You gotta read that last paragraph.
It's important to read those last little lines you can't see.
Yeah, it's throw the back of the last page, so nobody knows they're there, right?
Yeah, Don doesn't even know how long we have him.
Oh.
Small type, it's upside
I'll be
down.
surprised when I find out.
Oh, and it's in Latin.
It's probably not.
It's in Latin.
We actually got a contract in Latin one time from some outside.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did something funny with the type unintentionally.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Unintentionally?
Yeah, it was unintentional
Okay.
because they were embarrassed. I can't remember what the deal was. It was strange.
Could they read it themselves, just out of curiosity?
Good morning, Commissioners. Morning. As you know, we're diligently working on the KEEP project. It's a KEEP meeting like this. We had met recently to talk about the Kansas Water Office grant. And at the last time we spoke, we had talked about how we were told that we could apply for both projects with the Water Office. As you also know, Rich and his staff meet weekly and are helping to try to continue to get us funding. On their last weekly meeting with our Whit O'Brien's contact, she conveyed that they don't recommend that we submit more than one. So we wanted to bring that information to you. If you read in your packet, Amanda Webb has put in, she wanted to be here today, but is in training. And so she sent a memo for you to review. One of the things that she had talked to me about is one of the concerns that she's noted is that she doesn't know if they know how far in the planning process we are on both projects. She was still comfortable with the idea of submitting 2 applications and putting in a letter as to why we were doing that. However, we do run the risk, of that being negatively looked at. And she also this morning conveyed to me that in her memo, she hadn't heard back yet from Matt Unruh, who works directly with the Kansas Water Office. She did hear back from him this morning, and they're scheduling a time to meet to go over this specifically. So one of the things that she had suggested was that maybe we do an if-then motion, so that's not in your packet, because you had previously approved that we do both applications. If following her conversation with Matt, she feels uncomfortable with doing 2, then we could do one, whichever one you choose. But it's up to you. We could do both and run the risk of that being negatively looked at. Anything we do is a gamble. If we choose one, do we choose the right project that they're most likely to fund? And obviously do we do none, but as you know, with the Lagoon project, we are applying for the USDA funding, and we are going down that as well. When we originally brought this to you, we didn't think we could get the application into the Kansas Water Office with the Lagoon, but we now can. So ultimately, we're just asking for direction on, do you want us to still go with both? Would you like us to choose one, in which case, which one? Or would you like to do, as Amanda suggested, continue to do both, but if after her discussion with Brian, she determines that that's not a good idea, then we go with the project of your choosing. We are trying to get this in on Wednesday the 20th, because our contact with Whit O'Brien's will be out on vacation the following week. And so that will give us 2 days to get any additional documentation that's recommended before she goes on vacation. If we wait until after that, we'll be submitting the application as is with no chance to supplement it because she won't be able to help us do that. And so we're just running on a very tight deadline.
Imagine that.
And that's where we're at. And so I'm happy to answer. I know that Commissioner Foki also spoke, I think, a little bit with the Kansas Water Office last night at a Keats community meeting. So I don't know if you would like to add anything that he might have.
Well, I did report it. Both Thomas Stiles from the Bureau of while he was with KDHE and Matt Unruh, they know they put Keats high on their radar, and they seem to think that we need to make a decision, but that it was didn't get the feeling that it would be a negative thing if we submitted both, but at some point we have to decide, and we are in the process of negotiating the land, so that's underway at this point. But they were very, very encouraging about the USDA and the state monies that that all these things could be applied, but they didn't seem to really be negative about both applications. So, but that we will have to decide at some point.
Well, I don't think USDA is available if we do the connection to the city. I don't think. Just as a reminder, it's not. But it has. The key is Shelley's just bringing it back to make sure she gets direction from the board rather than, because it is a game, but it's one that the electeds have to make, really, to tell us which way to go.
And the city, we went back to that, but we have to update all the permits on that. We can't use the old.
With the city, we also would need to finalize an interlocal agreement that would have to go through the Attorney General's office. I'm confident we would be able to do that. We've done that before, but that's just, that's something, we have a draft. It's not a final draft of an interlocal agreement. There's some changes that will need to be made, but that has been, in progress as well. And so that's out there.
Is that with Manhattan? So
yeah,
that's correct.
So they're still.
You would have the connection fee.
And Amanda Webb had talked to them again very recently. We just, even after our last meeting, we just wanted to be absolutely certain. Right. And they still indicated that they didn't believe it would be a problem. Now we don't, some of the fees and costs may have changed slightly, but we think that we have the most up to date, at least as of September, of the hookup connection fees and things like that from Manhattan. But as with any project, those numbers are always subject to change.
Which I'm sure is a foreign concept.
Yeah, I think the options, keeping the two options, at least for a short term, would be okay. But
well, we don't even know where it stands. She hasn't even had the conversation with the gentleman yet. So we don't even have all the accurate information to even make a decision, which is it's just constant and consistent.
I think it'd be correct and in the best interest because it is still fluid and it even could be next couple of days. Brittany and Amanda are working on getting a direct meeting with Mr. Unruh to see if they would look upon two applications negatively. That way we have some flexibility as staff, and I would just working group that's working on it determine at the last minute which way is going to be the best and only way to go, because Matt will know that the Division of Water Resources will be the one that reviews it, but Jennifer and the KDHE staff say if we got two, we would be confused with what to approve. That's why they would not recommend it. So whichever is in the best interest and most likely to get is how staff would recommend to proceed. But we may not have time to come back to the board to get it clarified. So like Shelley suggested, that last option I think is best.
We say if after Amanda talks to let her decide whether they think.
I would say this working group decide and talk about it like we have been all along.
To decide if they think which.
Because he will know. He's the one that actually gets to review him in a committee, I'm sure, not just an individual.
But he's the lead.
He will know their process better than anyone.
And if that's the case, then we need to kind of decide which one, if we go to one, which one we think.
We'll give staff that flexibility to submit that application based on whichever one. Because we may not have time to come back to you.
Right. But I'm just saying, they're asking for our recommendation. If there's only one, which one to go with. Right. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was asking. I'm not sure if that's what Rich is asking. I think he's asking to let the the working group that's been working on this make that final determination on which one would be the most based on the conversation with Matt. And so what I had suggested earlier was that you give us a preference.
I think what Rich is suggesting is that you let the working group determine after the conversation with Mr. Unruh, if he, if he were to indicate that say one project over the other might be a better fit, that you would let that working group make that final decision. Like with that, is that a correct?
That, and if we have time to come back to the board first, like the 18th, we get a hold of Matt today or tomorrow, then we'll come back to the board. And here's to say what he said. Matt may say, okay, now that I understand it, since we've had a one-on-one conversation, submit both. If he says that, great, but we may have to come and hopefully this board will have an opportunity to just say, no, only do one, because we would not look at that favorably. We're just, unfortunately, we have these tight timelines.
Yeah.
We can wait. Everyone says there may be funding available in June. As I asked Jennifer, is there a guarantee? And is it going to fund it at this rate? And she said, no, there is not. And as Jennifer said the last time I reported to the board, this is a unicorn. They may fund up to 100% of the construction. This has never been seen before.
And Mr. Unruh told me last night that, there would be, another more money available. Another application could be submitted by June. So there's more money, and this was for 24 that we submitted, and the 25 money is supposed. But that's what he said last.
But because like I said originally, I thought the deadline was the 29th.
It is.
But the 20th is.
It's the practical deadline.
Yes, so our contact, so basically we have Jennifer with Widow Bryan's is helping us with all of this, and she will be out of the office that next week after. So if we can get it in on the 20th, that gives her 2 days to take a look at it and make any recommendations, like say that, why don't you add this information? That I think that would help your application. That would give us the chance to scramble and get that information together. Whereas if we wait until she's out of the office, then we wouldn't have that ability. And so we just think that's the best course of action, because it gives us the best ability to get the most complete, best application that we can do. And so as Rich said, that was as of the Monday meeting is the last meeting before then that we would have with you folks if we needed to come in and ask for a big change. And I think that's the reason that we're asking for a little bit of flexibility.
Deadline's when to get Widow Bryan review.
Correct.
That gives her Thursday and Friday to look at what we've got and make her recommendations.
Exactly. That's because we want to make sure we get the best application submitted that we can to give us the best chance. Because as you all know, there's no guarantee for any funding, and there's no guarantee to be 100%. But the better information that we get to them, the better chances that we have of getting hopefully at least. We want to do the best that we can on this project. We've been trying to fund this project for a very long time. We're really hopeful we can get something out there.
Oh. I think we need to leave our options open, and talk to Jennifer about it, see what she thinks. The working group.
I don't know if you had to pick one.
Well,
I picked
the only issue that I see here is if, ultimately it's the connection to the city of Manhattan, where does that put everything else that you're working on? Because that seems to be the direction you're going to have to head at that point in time.
Yeah, it puts USDA out.
Right.
Which is, something that we're still working on. So cost is more.
I did talk to Brian about the USDA funding, and our application is for the lagoon. If he said we might be able to try to change that to Manhattan funding, but it would be difficult. So I can't say 100% that we could not get it to Manhattan, but I don't want to set the expectation that that's something we could definitely do.
See that happen.
But we might be able to. So I want to be very clear about that. But then it's like I said, it's not something that I wanted to say for sure we'd be able to do. But we could try.
So if this one comes through, but it's not 100%, then we can still do USDA to get some more, right?
Yeah, they coordinate. Apparently, that's we can do 3 or 4 grants at a time. So even after we get an award, we can still apply for grants.
The
the most money you can get is through the water resources. USDA only has 3 million for the entire state, commissioners.
Oh.
They're not going to give us the full 3 million. If you're lucky, you get 10%. 10% is 300,000, which I doubt will get 10% of the entire state.
I'm thinking maybe 50 grand tops.
So if you get 10%, if you get USDA at 10% for the entire state, plus the 800,000 we put in, you're at 1.1 million. This project still is not affordable for the community. Right. So I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket as far as the USDA funding, because it's not a significant portion.
But we still don't know for sure, so. When is the when is the USDA, when are we gonna get notification on that one, do you know?
So, well, most likely sometime in June. Some of the USDA funding is tied to the Farm Bill, which I think perhaps you may know did not. Basically, the Farm Bill that was in place expired as of last year. Now, some of that funding is still continuing. Some of those programs are still continuing, but I anticipate they will try hard this year to get a Farm Bill together and pass. And it's, that's a major part of the government funding at the federal level.
It's one of the 12 pools of money. And I had a discussion last week about that. And you wouldn't expect any funding to start flowing through there probably till at the very earliest, if they were to pass something in February that would extend probably till the end of March, April at the very earliest. And it's probably further than that.
So we anticipate hearing hopefully something in June, but again, that's just based on the situation of the federal government. That's a timeline that we would never guarantee. And so the other thing about USDA that the USDA offers is the 40-year loan financing, and that lets us finance it out for a longer term. And as you heard earlier, they have low interest rates. So that's the other advantage. And so in theory, if we could get some funding from the Kansas Water Office grant and some funding from the USDA grant, that might get us to a point where we have, a feasible financial product. But at this point, we have no guarantee on how much, if any, grant funding that we're going to get. But this is getting these applications in and seeing this through is the only way that we'll know for sure what we ultimately get offered.
It sounds like, I think the if recommendation, although that, see what you hear from them, see what they recommend.
Because Andrew, I think he said I asked him to come in today. He said he was going to Omaha today, so may not be.
I believe Amanda was trying to get something together with him tomorrow. I don't know if you know if that happened.
I have not received an email yet, but we're trying to get it.
So what I got first is, I apologize, she's in training this morning. She really wanted to be here, but this was the only time that we could get on to talk to you. And so she has heard from him, and they are working to schedule a time to meet, but that is all I have. So I don't think that they have pinned down exactly when. I know when I spoke with her yesterday, her hope was that they'd find time to talk tomorrow. And so if not, it'd be Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, they were, they reiterated many times that the Keats was really high on their list, and they really wanted to get it solved. They're very aware of it now. It took some time.
I'm sorry, I'm just cynical about that. Did I say that to another county with the same issue? Because this isn't the key.
I know that.
We want. So I don't put all my eggs in that basket.
Well, it's good. It was a positive step, is what they were saying.
I think at this point, the question is whether or not we want to just go ahead and plow through with 2, or if you want to give some flexibility of some sort to the working group to make a final decision based on a conversation with Matt. I can't guarantee that we would be able to get back in front of you, because if that doesn't happen and if that conversation doesn't happen until Monday, we won't be able to get back in front of you. So that's the consideration, and then how much flexibility, do you want to pick a project if we only do one, or do you want to let the working group pick which project based on the conversation, with Matt, if it's determined that both applications is not a good idea?
Well, I would pick the lagoon project. I think it's still less expensive than the connection. We have to do the same work for both, so,
Well, it depends on how much they fund.
yeah.
I'm wondering if they wouldn't look at the Manhattan better, because that's going through a treatment plant instead of lagoons, because they're not a big fan. I mean, they realize that it's necessary, but I think treatment plant might look a little better to them, but I don't know if that's something you'd have to discuss with them, I guess.
That's kind of the direction I'm going on that one too.
That was my thought as well.
Yeah.
I mean, KDHE and Water Resources are looking at overall water resource health, and there's still a hazard with lagoons of leaking, even though they're monitored and rehabbed. And, everything is going through less intrusive on the earth, and but I don't know. But Matt can answer that question for us too. That's something we'll ask Matt as well.
Tom Stiles was really more popular towards the lagoon last night, so it's.
Yeah, and maybe they are, but I'm hoping that conversation with Matt will clarify
what if they think only one, if they think we should do one, which one do they?
He will know what him and the feds are trying to guide things towards.
What they want to do. That's the other, that was the long thought, was that if they might want using a treatment plant might be more favorable to them in the long run, and that's what good. But that's trying to guess what they're thinking, and there's no bar, there's no future in that.
That's
Stiles is the KDHE, and he was really favorable.
Yeah.
But it's loans through Water Resources.
Yeah.
So
they're working together really close, I guess. Between them and the water governor's office and the KDHE and the water office are all working together. So they seemed really united. So.
What do we need to make a motion then? I mean, we approved the other day going ahead with both, but then do we need to modify it saying
I think Shelley would probably agree that the direction was to submit 2 applications from that motion. And so what I think we're asking today is allow us to just submit one, but once it's determined which has the best possibility of getting accepted. And like I say, I'm hopeful of meetings tomorrow, and we can come back on Monday and say, here's what Matt says, commissioners, here's what staff recommends, here's what the State Department recommends. Do you agree to go forward in that direction? That's ideal. That's what we all hope for. That's what we're all going to shoot for.
Yeah. I think the final question is, how much flexibility do you want to give the working group to make a final decision, especially if we cannot get back to you?
can't get back to us on Monday.
I just don't know when Mr. Unruh is going to be able to meet with us, and if that's after our May meeting, then we won't be able to get back to you. So the question is, do you want to give the working group the flexibility to choose between doing both or one, and choose which one, and you want to direct us as to which one that you want submitted if we determine that sending both is a bad idea, or do you just want to direct us to continue with both? I think those are kind of the 3 main.
There's even another option. If we meet on Monday, we could have a special 1-hour board meeting. I mean, this is a big enough issue. I mean, this is over $4 million, commissioners.
We need to come back to Wednesday to have a meeting.
Tuesday.
That's an option. I mean, we're not trying to
necessarily work for all of us.
Right. We're not trying to avoid the commission's involvement, commissioners, but we have a short timeline to get. This is the best chance in my career we've ever had to get enough funding for this project. And remember, with the Water Resources, KDHE, if they don't fund 100%, we can get a loan through them too, just like USDA. The problem is you're not going to get $1 million from USDA, and you still get over $4 million to loan, and that's not affordable. Over $3 million to loan, and that's not affordable for that community. And so we can get a loan from KDHE for the balance as well.
Stay with one more comment.
We do, I believe, have a kind of a pending application in for that revolving loan. We just wouldn't qualify. This project doesn't qualify with forgiveness, so that one's up on.
Which neither does the USDA.
We've got applications in pretty much for anything that we can.
Yeah.
And some of that, you know, they're just keeping on file for us as we try to figure out the, you know, the final funding for the project.
I think we need to allow the working group to make a decision whether two or one, and which one, based on their conversation. If they're not able to bring it back to us.
Okay, I could agree with that.
Make that motion.
Make a motion. Yeah, I would make a motion that we allow the working group to make final decision whether to apply for both two or one, which one based on their conversations with the whatever group that is, this rhetoric. If it's after our next, or if it's not in time, you can do it for the next meeting. Is that a confusing motion?
We'll have Shelley refine that motion where it's clear for everyone to get that.
I makes figure out how to word it, so I would
make some sense out of what I said.
I would second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, commissioners.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks, Sheila.
Next, commissioners, you have the legislative luncheon at 12.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to adjourn after that now, so we don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
8-2.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adjourn the December 14th Riley County Commission meeting after this afternoon's legislative conference.
Second.
So moved and seconded to adjourn the Board of Riley County Commission meeting after the legislative conference this afternoon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Noon.
Half an hour.
Yeah. Got a little break. Not much.
Text my emails, maybe they will this time. Not going through budget stuff. Say, John, when are you gonna get the heat fixed in here? It's cold. It's a freezer upstairs too, I guess.
Yeah, the condensate pump was leaking and they ordered a pump for it.
Oh, okay, so it'll be a while.
I hope not. Yeah, I
I
did
got
check.
that
And it has to be something like those, so they pump leaked and.
Oh, okay, I saw like over there by the ice machine, it looked like there was some kind of a
Yeah,
leak
that's
going
what-
on. Okay,
And some TCA's ordered a pump for it.
okay. I was just wondering, because we were,
Oh,
I'm the only one that's called though.
Only it was chilly in here Monday.
Yeah, and it's chilly, I guess, up to the second floor on the hall and everything, so it's chilly. So, especially by the door.
Yeah, I can imagine.
How are you? Good, how are you? Good.
Yeah. Pretty good chance. Right now, we're.
What do you think?
Well, my brain's full. What's that? My brain's full. I hear you there.
Jan, table it here. Jan.
I heard the things. Oh, those two. You know, maybe he needed another spirit or something.
Yeah. Jerry, there is something.
What's that?
No.
I'm sorry.
Which is good. I like it. Yeah. It's be great to deal with it. I know it's not a good
Okay.
So they had a meter per day.
They're trying to call already, waiting for the.
And then Tuesday was delegation. So and I'm sitting there. I don't know. Well, I knew it was. Oh, yeah. I didn't know get out of it.
I don't get any more chance.
It's all right, we got a fight for all I do, I still bring it all.
You don't need that, right? I go sort of.
So I will be here.
No, you go anywhere. In the middle of the week, we'll end up seeing you. But you guys need to remember next week.
Yeah, do Friday, every call, yeah, all done by Friday.
It's very.
I didn't know if it'd be a big city point.
Well, I want to make sure that it's not like that's. Got a couple of the others. I'm really worried about. You know, it's just one of those, going to be odd, well, we can't wait till Monday because they sure. If everybody does it before they leave. No problem. Oh, yeah.
I have to go over here. I got a 6 footer, it's about as small as it was.
I'm just thinking a little snippet for our folders on and size.
I mean, I can bring you 6 footers and put it on.
Yeah.
They say I have it. That's good. And sheets. Where do you want to? Across this way.
Yes.
Yeah, see you later.
I had to do my fall off the other day. As soon as I get off work, so that was real on that. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay.
I figured, okay, now we're, you know what I mean? That's good. That's all. That's good.
She made it up.
You guys gonna be fun?
No.
Yeah.
Not much to it.
I remember that song we got when I'm trying to get somewhere else. See, I'm not heard of it.
Family grew up in Council Grove.
Okay.
And Lost Springs.
I don't need to do.
You know,
Awesome. Yeah. Something else. And they had like flower pots. It started to be that. Actually, that was kind of my agreement to the job. It's from I have my plan. She told me it was my call. I was been on the rest. No.
hello, how are you?
You're doing fine.
It is.
Very.
I didn't grab one of these. I'll do that. I did drinks.
Correct.
Mine like. Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
We signed it on our side.
Yeah. How are you all doing?
I said it. I my eyes was
I suppose. Yeah. No, actually, it does do work. Right. That's it. Right. Good. Good thing. Security. I used to say that about us. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
It's not.
Or do you want to? Yeah,
Let me disrupt this, get served myself.
That's so all day too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But usually I believe that. Yeah. You sure you don't want to lunch in?
I'm gonna get my packet first.
Yeah. On your seat, save it. Thank you.
They started doing all this.
And they all have ships. No salaries.
Good. I mean, thank you.
I'll take recipes.
Anything? I it's good failure before. We had corn dogs. Oh, okay. Are the corn dogs? They're without savory. Fair. Makes more sense when you know where I work. Yep. It's funny. My brother came down for a tour a couple weeks ago. Which one? Oh, you mean Scott? Yeah. And I gave it yes. We had corn dogs that day, and he just started laughing twice. Well, I didn't even think of that. Right. Hi, how's it going? Okay. Yeah. Thanks. You too. Up to, I don't know, RSVP. Legislation things. Yep.
I don't think that.
Absolutely. Who doesn't? Why? I think she. I used to cover all the time. All the more. Right. Right. You're what you would say. But people say, where's Daryl was here, still here.
Nobody else heard everything. They didn't even say that he was.
He was here in Super Bowl. Yes.
I would start asking that. Yeah, I know.
I serve Leavenworth and Short Leavenworth at the State House. Here today to talk about veteran property tax relief.
I'm with the police department.
Okay.
Captain over the jail.
Thank you for your service.
So I'm not worried about any.
You know, I need a link purpose.
Benefit of coming early, pick a good spot.
Oh, they do. Absolutely.
Yeah, I really want.
Yeah.
Like.
Doesn't answer anymore.
I'll get it. I've got. Do I have to say how do I want to get it? So bad. It really is. I do that. That's I'm not saying. I'm waiting for David. And I'm not gonna bring me.
You are not.
We
have evidence countering that. Hi, how you doing? Thanks for service. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your service.
No, thank you.
So are you guys gonna be around the table?
We'll be here. The county commissioners will be here.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
have my back.
No, you're fine.
There's no shortage of. So I'm the chair of the elections committee. I'd love to come back.
Good deal. Come back anytime. Would like that.
At length. I've tried to get around to as many, but there's 105. so
There are.
it's-
There are.
Yeah, I'd love to come back and have a chat about kind of how we can get service to you guys and make your life easier, not harder.
Good luck with that next year.
Yeah. No, I think we've turned the corner.
Can you get us some free therapy sessions?
Yeah, I think we've turned the corner. I think in the legislature, this kind of craziness is crested. And, you know, we didn't ban Dropboxes last year. I think that was the high water mark. I think that we're gonna start to get a little more sanity going in there now. So
Let's hope.
God willing.
We need it. I agree. God willing.
Yeah. Oh, you already thought. Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah. So let's just.
I guess I can. I guess
You might want it out there. You never know.
And I can't change that. Rich, would we get in the contract? So.
No. So we were both gone last week to a conference Clancy and I. So that's on our agenda for this week and next week to get with ACH and see what the heck they can do.
And you're going to get to. At least try to, I'd like to at least try to match what they have a full-time nurse. And they have a nurse that comes in 4 hours on the weekend, Saturday. To help us, a lot of our people that get arrested on.
Okay.
And then they do 10 hours a week mental health. I would suggest we could stay like contracting, 10 or 15 hours a week for me for mental health rather than. If they charge us, I think I get that down to 80 an hour. Contract on week. That's a really. And then I think I have found I can leave for this year and to cover for a mental health program director that we would hire when raising up and inspire. So if you could get me on the agenda and explain kind of like
We'll probably just have,
not asking for.
we'll just have a meeting. Brittany, Clancy and myself.
I don't know if I get the contract, I just know how many nurses. If I get the contract.
It'd be nice.
Well, yeah, I don't know how. Go give that up. You know what I mean? Open records. Never mind.
Hate to break it to them.
I'll take another shot.
I know how we can get it.
But I'd like to get further than that eventually, but that would be an awesome step.
Right.
Going into the next.
And you move into it gradually.
Yeah, but I think I can work with that. You know, keep it on the up and up.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, let me know on that contract.
Will do.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah.
Sydney, how you doing?
No, I'm hoping to talk about our.
Got me. I did, Clancy's the one that organized it.
Yeah, they kind of follow that project.
How are you? Oh, we're gonna take that one.
I know, I'm gonna make you feel better.
Oh.
I already survived, so I'm 72, but I just don't.
I'm Bob too, but.
How you doing? Good to see ya. We can.
I'm not usually. I got a third bottle. Yeah. We used to be office. So, yeah. You can get me to shut up.
Very good.
That's what I'm here to talk about. I think I've had a solution. Yeah, Tony. All right, great. Thank you for inviting me out.
But I can. My husband and son are going to work.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, so I was actually born in that.
Yeah.
Many years since that's.
It'll be nice and quiet.
Oh my God. It's the most important. My whole life. No, your house. How about those in yeah.
Like, I'm not here about this. Okay.
I've got your back.
Then I'm watching my back.
I've got your back.
Yeah, and I don't really, well, that part is. So, thank you for what works for us. Other things, they're all Texas and Florida residents. Yeah.
I'm just here. School board in there. Yeah. Well, we can't let you get it that.
I mean, I've got all kinds of different ones.
Hopefully short that. Come back. Whatever you want. Do it on my day. Yeah. This life should be so much better than you just lived before. You know, it's something. Thank you for that. In the house, so I think I would have a handle and saw. I'm not, I was hard thinking about them. No, I have not. 25 years. I don't have stuff like that. I did vote for growing up in Oklahoma. My dad was really older. It's great to be in front of someone. Once people ask for anything, I just say, well, more than I think 20 minutes, you know. Yeah. They're good. I did 3 places. My son was 4 high schools in 4 years. I mean, that's probably the two big. It's not where everybody comes back to you guys retired here. Yeah, you're a good cook. Yeah. My old boss, let command any second airport division commander. He was the level word. 39 acres, so I thought. Oh, yeah. It's great to see everybody. It's true, you know, here in suffering. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. They don't know about all Yeah, I think it's really created, you know, I'll from other stuff. They see this. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's good to be fine. I think I mean, Dick Mills, he's like more healthy
I get fired back in Colorado. He's sending me out. He's probably going to be inside.
Well, no, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know what to do here. It's all right.
One of my, he was a judge, section chief for me, when I was in Iraq. And I put through the and then he started thinking that when we were in Jordan, when I was attacked. Tired of the day. The guy, Lieutenant Colonel, you know, the Jamaican Molly being reacting. The job. I had to leave. I like just barely. I mean, they do it rank order. Made like that. Warrant officer retired, and I had like. I had to take something. I don't think they did. Really? Yeah. 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 That's Charlotte. Yeah. And a great, great interview. I'm sorry, man.
No big deal.
Lieutenants, more importantly, lieutenants trusted him. Thanks, God. Oh, really? At Fort Riley. All of them. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Not at all. I just blame him. I learned my job. Yeah. Yeah, when you're not, when you're not around it all the time. Yeah, that was really good. St. Barbara came from because she originally was the patron of 2 million people in danger. Studying the causes, she was supposedly struck by lightning that being taken
before her father had made fortune over Christianity. So, the field artillery being being, when it first came, people, when the field artillery, sometimes the guns would blow up spontaneously, so they officers and people saying the artillery. And so every year we celebrate the Sun's Day. To have the work of the state harbor over. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow, wow. Is an artillery? Wow. Yeah. I think he's headed for future glory.
Okay, yeah.
Speaking of heights, it's even very spicy.
Yeah. I don't have here quite well, maybe all I'm gonna say. Oh, yeah, no. No. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
We just think it's fun. We get somebody, we get the wrong way. Yeah, I was. I had reasons that, well, you know, it's amazing.
Really makes sense.
Real, it's also a gentleman.
I'll find out. Or we have a Wi-Fi.
Let's wait. All that, there's all that, like, so it goes and feel like I run that. Get good. Well, come and do it. I should pay. Yeah, three years ago, I was place what part of it is not just okay, yeah.
They kind of went back and forth to the city and us to get us.
Yeah, yeah.
They're getting a hot box set up for you.
Okay,
I'm doing some work down here.
I'm Pat. Nice to meet you.
No, not
the guy responsible for your brief on the things that I got compromised.
take money.
Yeah.
Well, for security reasons, like windows on our own fire.
Yeah, I'm hoping to we figure out something out now. Taking a better property taxes. Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you for asking me. Yeah, we already met. I'm coming back to do a special visit with this guy, so yeah. You'll have to do that. I know very well. I have a lot. So you ready to start? We're keeping it all. Yeah, we keep it busy. We don't want to get bad ideas. Yeah, I have that hot tie right now.
Anyone see something?
You are.
I've had clients in prison work. Get some creative arguments about that, or people don't know that. Your area. Yes. That's great. That's good.
We hope so. Stop by.
Some days.
Or what? Well, we don't know for sure what we're going to do. I mean, we've got a couple of opportunities.
I was looking at some of my other it's like every seventies for natural one. Yeah. Which card or it's basically yeah, it's like we won't get all half of it. And this give this one is that's probably but I think having time to do I know because like it's
It's in that immediate flex play on the
yeah.
Not great. It's also speed is and yeah. Like him constantly seeing the name.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fine. He was, the reason he wasn't at the same one, he was out. So that shows you how he's doing. Yeah, so he's fine. He's fine. Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
I got the short end of what.
Yeah, it's on. It's on.
Yes, I think that's it. So good afternoon, everyone. Sorry to interrupt the conversations, but it's 12:30. It's about time to get started. I do want to make sure that we have our two members of the delegation that are appearing online have an opportunity to unmute. You might do so at this time. Let's just make sure that's working.
Can you hear me?
Senator Reddy, thank you for showing up online. Appreciate it. Representative Butler, can you hear me? I know you've been diligently watching us all eat lunch. Or do I need to?
If Representative Reddy hears us and can speak, it should be the same for any representatives. Okay.
Now, you call her Representative Reddy, Senator Reddy. I'm sorry. I understand it, that's every senator's first name. Is that correct? Yeah, all right. We're going to assume Representative Butler will be joining us. Both of them were unable to attend in person. So we accommodated that by making it available online. I appreciate everybody from the delegation who was able to show up, and all our department heads. This is the Riley County Annual Legislative Conference, in case you stumbled into some other meeting thinking you were going to do something else. So thank you for attending, and with that, I will throw it over to our Chairwoman, Catherine Foki.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm Catherine Foki. I'm the current chair of the Raleigh County Commission, and we're really happy to see everyone. And I'm glad to get together, and hopefully we can, share our information with you, and we can have a good dialogue of all of our issues and concerns. So what I'd like to do is have to go around the table. Everybody do, give us your name and who you represent. And no speeches, just
There's a lot of us.
Kenny had a representative from the 51st district, so I have parts of the Northview area around Northview Elementary. Then I have sort of the toe of the Riley County boot from 177 to the east down through Zingale.
Gregory Wilkerson, Raleigh County Attorney. Gary Pike, Raleigh County Extension Director.
Anna Burson, Riley County Appraiser. Amy Mangus, Riley County Register of Deeds.
Russell Suki, Raleigh County Emergency Management
Okay, good understanding it all.
Russell Stuckey, so Riley County Emergency Management and County Fire.
Tom Bruno, contract lobbyist for Raleigh County Commission.
Shelley Woodard, Deputy County Counselor for Raleigh County.
Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer for Raleigh County. Julie Gibbs, Health Department Director.
Greg McKinley, Raleigh County Commission.
Louis Bloom, representing the 64th district on the west half of Raleigh County, basically in Marla.
Pat Proctor, I serve people in Leavenworth, Fort Worth, and out in the northeast Leavenworth County in the State House. But I spent a lot of time here. I used to live in Manhattan when I was serving in Fort Leavenworth, and me and when serving Fort Riley, my wife and I own the Bonfire restaurants. Anybody who's cooking so good, I'm married to chef.
Harlan, 66th District, it's east side of Manhattan. I'm in your district right now. I'm downtown Eddyville. Place name, 7 Northview. I lost 8,000 people in the last census.
Where'd they go?
They went to Kenny and.
I'm Mike Hudson, 57, and essentially, Sydney and I split at Claflin. I've been about, for the most part, so I got the west. I'm sorry, college out of the city.
Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer.
John Ford, Riley County Commissioner, first district. It's basically the eastern half. Basically, it's Kenny's district and Sydney's district. We'll horseshoe around the university and the southern end of the county. So if you come in off the interstate, since Pat did, you immediately rolled into my district. So, yeah.
Rich Margo, Riley County, the entire county.
Right here, Riley County Police Department.
Mark Frank, Raleigh County Police Department.
Brian Pete, Riley County Police Department.
David Adams, Director of Raleigh County EMS.
John Ellerman, Public Works Director, County Engineer.
Nancy Holman, Riley County Counselor, no part of Raleigh County. You sit right there. I was told before the beginning of the meeting, just a housekeeping measure, that Julie Gibbs and Brittany Phillips are going to chair the meeting because they're sitting over here.
I would move.
I will tell you, I won't mention which commissioners suggested I say that, but Greg, you might want to. All right, well, thank you all for coming, as I said. I want to go through what what the Riley County Commission designated as priorities for the upcoming legislative session. I would invite anybody who has questions as we go forward to please go ahead and say so as we move forward. That includes you folks online, provided you're either a representative or a senator. So let's go through this. The first item we've got on the agenda is the county nuisance abatement authority. We filed that as being in 3 subparts, basically a statewide problem, the legislative solution, at least perspective potentially, and then discussion. Obviously, the discussion can happen at any point. What's been valuable in these past meetings is we do have those discussions throughout the conference, and I would encourage you to do so as we move forward. Don't feel hampered by what I've written down here as the structure for this thing. First item I called your attention to on the agenda is this document that was presented to the Kansas Association of Counties. One thing we do with the legislative priorities of Riley County Commission is we try and get in front of KEC, the Kansas Association of Counties, during their annual meeting and find out whether or not what we have are truly items of statewide concern or not. Because the last thing we want to do on behalf of the board is proceed with something that's truly simply a local problem of some kind. And I have pretty good confidence that sometimes legislators are approached by items that really are in that category, maybe once or twice a day. And so what we try and do is we do try and bring to our delegation those matters that do seem to have some kind of represent a statewide problem that deserves some kind of potential statewide solution. And the first one of those is this on nuisance abatements. And as the document describes, it's of course in your packets. We describe the history of this issue really in that first portion of this document that was presented to the KAC. What we've got is a lack of authority, counties across the state, to abate nuisances. Unlike cities, counties do not have the legal right to go in and clean up a nuisance property. And you've probably heard about this. I would submit members of the delegation probably have heard other counties complain about it sometimes. When a property gets to the point that it's so cluttered that it starts getting complaints from neighbors, starts interfering with the look of a given community as you drive into the community. And that's what's driving this from my client's point of view. And Senate Bill 162 is what we're really talking about here. And when you scroll forward to that, just so you can see, it's also in your packets. It's the very next item attached to this. Senate Bill 162 is some would say plagiarism. Others would say it's an homage to Sedgwick County, Senate Bill 52, which was granted by the legislature. This has every single term in it is the same as that Senate Bill 52, which is current law, was passed by the legislature and was designed to meet the very kind of thing that Senate Bill 162 is intended to address: nuisance properties in the unincorporated area. The problem is not just that we have a lack of authority, we have a court decision, an appellate court decision that specifically says counties don't have authority under existing law to go in and do a cleanup as Senate Bill 52, which was granted to Sedgwick County, and as Senate Bill 162 would grant to Riley County. Now, this is very specific special legislation. All right, that's what Senate Bill 162 represents, because we assume, since the legislature was willing to give this authority to Sedgwick County to abate nuisances, perhaps they would see the wisdom of letting Riley County have the same authority for a limited period of time. Senate Bill 152 is in the existing law, as I said, for Sedgwick County only, and it's going to expire if it's not renewed by the legislature this coming July 1st. Our hope is, the reason we modeled ours again after Senate Bill 152 is assuming that it would be somewhat attractive to members of the legislature, just as the trial period that Sedgwick County's been given by a bill that sunsets and gives them this authority, and to show the legislature that the local government's not going to abuse that authority. It does sunset. It also, by virtue of the fact that they were granted this special legislation, they were declared an urban area as part of the bill itself. The reason we retain that is if they're declared an urban area, then the legislation is still uniform, even though it applies to only one county. We could not, if we're granted Senate Bill 162, Riley County could not, and we would not intend to anyway. We wouldn't have the ability to charter out from it, to change it, to do anything to it other than it would be treated as though it were uniform legislation statewide. That's what a designation of an urban area actually does. So that's an important part of this. There's control by the legislature over whether or not it turns out to have been a good idea to grant Riley County. So limited authority for a period of time of 3 years. I will call your attention. I've had to admit something here. Just like Sedgwick County's, it goes for 3 years. But in the very tail end of this, my usual math skills came into play. And I had it beginning on July 1st of 2024 and sunsetting in 2026. That's not 3 years. So actually, one of the changes, the only change I would make in this to present it, re-present it to the legislature this upcoming session would be to change that to 2027. The rest of it, again, is exactly modeled on Sedgwick County, identical provisions. And there are plenty of things in the bill to indicate that it is limited authority. It does still give the legislature control over seeing whether or not it's used wisely or not during that 3-year period. Before any new, because in the bill itself, what it says in the beginning in line 9, before you can begin, before any county who has this authority can begin a nuisance abatement act, they first have to go to district court and get a determination that there's a nuisance in place. So you still have to do, under this bill, what we do now. Go in and prove there's a code violation of the county's codes and regulations regarding the property. It doesn't just start at the commission level. And if you get that finding successfully, then you bring it to the Board of County Commissioners, as this provides, and the Board of County Commissioners decides, well, do we go forward with this cleanup potentially with the county doing the work and then putting a lien on the property for those costs, or do we not? The Board of County Commissioners doesn't have to. They're the ones that are going to make the call. It also provides that if anybody who gets the notice that's in here, the property owner gets a notice that their property has been determined to be a nuisance by the board, it needs to be cleaned up, they can request, they can demand a hearing before the Board of County Commissioners to have that decision made by the board in front of them. So, number of safeguards in here. Same that Sedgwick County's operate. All right. Those are the things I would highlight as restrictions within the bill itself to show this is not simply a grant of unbridled authority to Riley County. The same authority that was granted to Sedgwick County. There's also a provision in the bill that if it goes to that point, and those steps that I've talked about have been done, there's a cleanup, and then there's costs being determined by the county. Well, that can be contested by the owner of the real property. If the owner of and even without that contest, if the value of the property, say that was removed and taken away, exceeds the cost of cleanup, that has to be paid to the land. That has to be paid to the owner of the property. And if the landowner disagrees with the costs and thinks in that situation that they're too high, also there's an appeal to the Board of County Commission. Again, going into this continuing theme that there's a number of safeguards within the board. I'm walking through those. I will just tell you that they exist in there. Be glad to discuss that after the conference with anybody or today if anybody wants further better detail. But I will tell you that that's in there, and just disregard my calculation of how long 3 years lasts on the calendar. Because I promise you it's not 2. Any questions about that bill in particular?
So the beauty, or in this case, the nuisance is in the eye of the beholder. So who determines that it's a nuisance?
Now that has to be, first of all, the district court. The district court has to be convinced in a hearing, just like any other trial, bench trial, that there is an actual nuisance under the county's code. The judge would have, he or she would have to find that yes, this is a nuisance, and they have to issue that order. And then in order to do anything about it, it still has to go in front of the Board of County Commissioners for a second look at whether or not this is where the board is going to authorize staff to take those steps. So nothing's going to be done behind a curtain, secrecy. Nothing's going to be hidden. And there's also an ag exemption. It doesn't apply to agricultural properties. Sydney?
Okay, do we have a code that is satisfactory to your needs? And where does the land use plan fit into this?
Well, the land use plan ordinarily I do not deal with, and this is not designed to probably correct or alter things involving that. What we would have to do is establish that a nuisance property has been found, again, to be a nuisance under the code and to be in the unincorporated area of the county, to not be an agricultural property. And that a district court and the Board of County Commissioners agree there's a nuisance.
So does the land use plan not have any teeth then? It's just a document to plan.
Again, I couldn't really speak
Is someone in this room now?
to the gist of the land use plan.
Engineer know or somebody?
And just let me hear.
Okay.
I was trying to avoid saying our experts.
I would give you my opinion that yes, that indeed is the case.
What is it?
that it really doesn't have teeth.
Okay,
I think one of the discussions that we've had here with this is that, 98, percent of, those properties, out in the incorporated area are following land regulations, and it's the 2% that's not. Why does 2% get away with it and the 98% follow? I mean, that's just, my hope would be in this particular case that we would use that 3-year period and we get the other compliance from the 2%. And we may never need it again. I don't know. So.
And that's what Amanda shared with us yesterday at the Ag Committee for Land Use. The comprehensive plan was that it has no teeth at all.
That's why I think you see a lot of counties, even outside, really outside of the 7 urban counties, don't even do any code or land development because it's just kind of pointless.
I guess the way the city managed that when I was involved there was the land use plan was a document used by advisory boards and then brought to the commission for push. So, okay.
And in comprehensive plan, I would say it's probably more a planning tool than it is an enforcement. Yeah. Sorry, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Clancy. So I was, after I read this, instead of doing it county by county, because this would be the only second county and it's very specific to Riley, as the other one was specific to Sedgwick County. Is there a home rule that can be involved in this? Because each county shouldn't have to do it on their own if they just had the authority to do that. Is there a way to draft a bill that creates a home rule for these types of incidences?
Well, that's a great question, Senator. You've actually nailed the next thing I was going to talk about. Because we had a very good hearing on this in front of the Senate Local Government Committee last session. And since that, there have been discussions around that committee. I won't say in it, who knows? But there have been discussions about whether it might be wiser rather than to do incrementally for 104 other counties, this kind of thing, and rather than use the legislature's time to evaluate each individual county's application, would it be wise to simply pass a uniform bill, a model on this that gives that authority to every county? Now that's something that could be done. It would not, if it's uniform legislation like that, ordinarily it would not have a sunset provision. So,
right. Could you maybe work with the counties and draft such a bill? I mean, you can have 2 parallel bills. This can be very specific to Riley and another one that's for home rule for these types of cases for each county.
We could. And I think the plan is that we're going to go into the next, we're hoping to get a hearing in the same committee this next session and bring along a couple other counties as we did the first time to talk about their own similar experiences with nuisance abatement and encourage the legislative, that committee to start thinking about, should there just be uniform legislation?
I think that would be more.
Yeah. And since we're hearing that, I mean, that we found that very encouraging.
Yeah, I have a bill that's pre-filed, and it addresses the state constitution. If you look in section 12, it's titled corporations. And the next thing under corporations is cities. That's where home rule is found. And my pre-filed bill simply adds language that gives the same kind of authorities to counties. When you're up in Topeka, you find, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 Mother May I's from counties, which is a silly way to run the railroad. You ought to have, after all, you're the second governmental body underneath the state. There ought to be the ability to do some common sense things for the citizens. Back on this other one, when I sent paperwork in here on the 2 areas that I was objecting to that are in the county, I referenced in there the land use plan. We've got corridors that are supposed to have special treatment, but nobody wants to enforce them. When I asked about what the specific ordinances are for nuisance, no one could seem to find them. And I know exactly where they are in the city. There's one for nuisance and there's one for hazard. And those are enforceable. So I'm not quite sure why we're being so timid about this. I know one of the background papers we started on an issue in 2017. And we can't seem to find, I think the statement in there was we're unsure of the district court's standing to make those decisions, or the district court or. So, you know, when you were talking about and introducing the first part and talking about the ability of the person who is being complained against to come back to the county commission or to the court, we need to make sure that the court has full authority and understanding that they can solve the problem. And it sounded like from the case, and I think Shelley, you may have written that paper, but it sounded like the court didn't know.
I would respectfully disagree with that. I think the court knows. We're going to talk about a case very much like that. I think they know of their authority. They just don't have much of an appetite to use it on nuisance abatement in a way that would work other than to rule, yes, this is a nuisance. Yes, you're in contempt. But then we have to have a court willing to move forward with something other than a fine. We need to have the ability, quite frankly, under the existing law. If we had a magic way that we could convince courts to impose, say, a weekend in jail for somebody who just will not cooperate, for example, and we'll be touching on this, we've had a house under construction for almost 20 years. And we've had litigation over it. We've had an appeal over it. And now we're right back where we started. We're back in district court. So it hasn't progressed because of the existing lack of authority of the county, in my view, to go in and simply take care of the problem. And that's what Senate Bill 162 does.
Does that take care of it?
The court still has to impose a penalty. Number threat of monetary fine or arrest.
And that's the portion that judges are very uncomfortable with. This does not require that a judge would have to find somebody's in jail. You're going to be sent to jail or get a fine. It simply says once there's a determination by the court, which we had in that case along the highway, we had that. We just couldn't make anything happen as a result at the local level. Because, I'm sorry?
Was it because of the money you needed a way to recoup the funds?
No.
You already had that authority?
No, we didn't. We're not worried about, you're not treating, the fines are meaningless. They're so small.
No, I'm not talking about fines. I'm talking about clearing the property at the county expense. Is it because you cannot recoup the money that it costs you to?
No, it's because we don't have authority to go clean it up.
You don't have.
That's what this bill does. It gives counties the same authority as cities. And that's why we believe that having the ability to incur those costs, place it as a lien on the property, not a personal debt, not a personal judgment, but a lien on the property, that's going to sort out not just that property, but as Commissioner Ford indicated, you do something like that once and you will get compliance, we believe, from people that are kind of on the bubble about whether they need to comply. And that's the way most enforcement of any county resolution probably works. And probably any city ordinance, I suspect, because that gets people's attention.
Larry, do you have any thoughts on why the court is hesitant to act?
I have a lot of thoughts on that.
I'm not saying that's a very
question myself from time to time, but I just. And some things. I'm gonna be really careful with what I say here.
Good, because the reporter's behind you.
Yeah. And there is a
ethics violation if I criticize a judge, so I can't do that, but I think if there's just, pulling the trigger, like sending somebody to prison or whatever, that ultimate punishment, I think that there is some judges that are more reluctant to do that than others, so
They haven't been doing
it's,
that's within their.
it's part of the discretion, you have to almost take the discretion out of it, but I think that you've got discretion mixed with reluctance and.
I'll jump in and try to help Barry a little bit here because I think it's not only what he's describing, but as it was described to me by another attorney, most district court judges are used to the idea that when somebody comes in front of them with a criminal case, well, one of the penalties could be incarceration. But this is a civil case. This is not a criminal matter. They don't have the right to counsel. They don't have all the things that are associated with a criminal violation. And so the judge has, I would say somewhat, I will admit, understandable reluctance to say, well, why in the world am I going to even consider sending somebody to jail, even for a weekend or part of a weekend on what's only a civil matter? You go figure it out. I mean, that's the easier thing.
Generally in civil matters, though, the most motivating thing that we do is impose monetary penalty. That gets most people's attention. You don't have to, the part of the prison is always in the background. Everybody knows that.
But they don't have that now. Because they would have to be found in contempt, right, and then the judge would have to evaluate.
That's why I say the threat, the immediate threat to somebody is the penalty or the fine or the monetary damage.
And the fines here under existing law are tiny. They don't amount to anything. And they're not on the real property. Just about any enforcement action you have that would involve a lien on property. We run into this with unpaid utilities. One of the ways that benefit districts can actually finally get paid for utility costs when somebody just refuses to pay is there's a process the legislature put in place to make those unpaid bills a lien on the real property. People want to be able at some point to alienate the real property one way or another, and they will pay attention to that. So that's just another example of how a lien could really help compliance. And that's what we're always after. That's what every county's after in nuisance cases. You would much prefer you get an agreement from somebody, bring it up to hit the minimum standards so we can stop this and stop it from getting worse. But there are always going to be a few folks, as Mr. Ford said, who aren't going to do that and need a little push. That's what this does.
Yeah, I mean, in the city's case, every summer in particular, but throughout the year, you're given, the fire department comes down, they issue the citation. You have 30 days to cure it. If you don't cure it, the city cures it, you're sending you the bill. Yep. So those are the kinds of strictures that you have to give somebody to pay attention.
Absolutely, and we don't have that. In fact, if we tried that, it would be illegal.
So I'm on the local government activity in the house. What you're talking about, I know exactly the property you're talking about. In this mess, it's an awful mess. Of course, it depends on the codes and regulations, and it's the item beholden. But when you talk about having somebody not clean up their property and send it into jail, you've gone too far. I can see going in and cleaning it up and finding it, but this is still, and it's still their private property. And if you would send somebody to jail over this, you've gone too far.
I understand. And don't worry, because that isn't going to happen in Raleigh County. And it doesn't happen in this bill. This bill has no provision for putting somebody.
You're talking about it.
I'm talking about going to district court and getting a determination of nuisance. None of the remedies in this bill involve incarceration. It does not exist in this bill.
Well, I got a question for you, Representative Johnson. You're talking about county home rule. And I don't understand what, and I've never gotten an answer on what
other counties have against that, or what the legislature has against home rule, because that would solve a lot of these problems.
When I asked the research office to take a look at that, and there doesn't appear to be a coherent bill that has been offered that they can find. So this is simply, I guess they tried it in different ways, but this is basically the same kind of language that's in, I think it's chapter 12, but anyway, under corporate, where the city is found. And it has all the descriptions of home rule under there, and it applied the same way to counties. And I don't know why there'd be any objection, particularly out in the west.
Clancy.
There's a lot of the ag interests and your ag lobbyists will be dead set against it. They'll come out firing.
And we do the same thing there that you do with this bill, and that is agricultural property. It's different.
Yeah.
Because people have to leave machinery in the field and all kinds of stuff.
I agree 100%.
What's more dangerous for them to leave the machinery in the field and put it in the park.
What are you talking about?
The other way around.
Well,
No, it's more dangerous for them to leave their machinery in the field because it can be damaged left in the field. They need to take it home, take care of it. They don't leave it in the field.
Well, this isn't designed to do that. Take it home. You don't take it home. This isn't designed to clean up ag property.
and it should be their decision. They don't willing to go.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. It should be their decision, but
Senator Reddy, I'm sorry, I didn't see that you were signaling you wanted to speak.
No, thank you, Clancy. I think the question about home rule that several, Representative Dotson, Catherine was asking about the question. That's always a hot topic. And I think there's, it's about control, basically, not just control for cities and counties, but state control. So it sometimes almost seems like they're taking away little bits of even city home rules or county home rules. And you're going to see that in a variety of forms, whether it's a ballot initiatives or questions or taxes or whatever it might be. That's a hot topic that's going to continue at all levels. I think if we are very specific on what home rule can do and can't do, and be narrow about it, that might pass. But like I said, it's about state laws superseding local laws. And we've seen that time and time and again. So I think that's going to be one of the key issues. And the other thing is, I did hear this conversation about jail and all of this. And I think, Representative Lewis, and I think most of us would agree, some of these matters, we would like to at least leave RCPD to deal with real crimes, meaning violent crimes or harmful crimes, as opposed to safety within the abatement issues or properties. Although those can be unsafe and can be conducive to crime areas, I think we need to be cautious about how we phrase that when we talk about PD involvement.
I think it's a good point, Senator, and that kind of thought is why this does not include incarceration. 162 has nothing in it about that. It really is an alternative to what authority we have on paper, which we cannot get imposed even in an extreme case. So this is not an effort to start jailing people for nuisance properties. All the county's interested in is a workable bill that gives the county the authority in the right case to go in and place a lien for the county's costs. The county's willing to clean it up and put a lien for those costs on the property. That's the hammer, if you will, that this bill involves. It does not involve incarceration. I want to next just touch base on, it's part and parcel of this. This is the next item in your packet, and this is just an example. I don't expect anybody to read this. This is the Court of Appeals opinion on that case I was telling you about, that nuisance property case along that 24, which to the north of Riley County, which again is the home that's been under construction for close to 20 years, I think, by the time this got generated. But this is an example, not because we think it's just a wonderfully written opinion. The only thing we got out of this, by all that litigation that was going on, 5 to 6 years in district court was a finding that we were correct. They missed their deadline for appealing the court's finding of contempt against the owner of the real property. So for all that time, all that use of staff time, all that expense, we end up right back where we were, which is back in district court, where we don't have the authority to go in and get the property cleaned up. We're going to be right back in front of the same court that was not willing to impose any kind of sanction under existing law. An ability they would not have anyway. Under 162, we wouldn't have to worry about it because we skate right past that and go to, okay, you won't cooperate. The court's found it's a nuisance. You have 60 days to respond to that. You can come in front of the Board of County Commissioners, or we're going to clean it up. We clean it up, and those costs go on as a lien on the real property. To me, that's a fair way to enforce the fact that you've had a finding by a district court and by a local Board of County Commissioners that yes, this is a nuisance property, it needs to be cleaned up, because commissioners hear about these properties. I mean, they routinely get contacted about, why don't you do something? Why are you letting this happen? And it's not a matter of letting it happen. We try to enforce it and we can't get it done because we need a change in state law. So the next item on the agenda, and again, if you want to further discuss any of these items, always let me know. I'll do my best to watch for people waiting online too. I will apologize that I missed that earlier. The next item we got are missing demand transfers, also known as LAVTR, a subject everyone at the table is familiar with. One thing I would encourage you to do on this, anybody at the table, KAC has a very helpful series of videos and calculation tools on the KAC website. Those are available to the public. They're great for you going in as legislators and you as department heads and using that calculation tool, because you can get an estimate of how many dollars Riley County's missing because LAVTR has not been funded. It also has videos explaining, which I think is terrific. There's a great video in there about what is LAVTR. And it's the kind of thing that's designed not just for you who have some expertise and understand the issue involving LAVTR, but a member of the public. He says, what is this LAVAT? What in the world's LAVAT? And what does it mean? This is a very well produced, very expensive looking, quite frankly, video that a short video that walks the general public through what LAVTR is, when it came into being, what it was for, and why it matters that it ought to be restarted. I encourage you to take a look at it and to kind of, all those things are available to the general public. You don't have to be a member of KAC. You can get in there on their website and take a look at those things. If you get questions about LAVTR and you're inclined to support its restart, it's a great place to direct the public to get a good explanation of it. And KAC even made the plea at their annual meetings, for goodness sakes, for its membership, go out there and experiment with it. The entire group, when I was present, raised their hands and said they would. And so it should be pretty foolproof in terms of the calculations on it, you do it right.
So some of you may not know, but the Vic Miller, the minority leader of the House, has a bill already that applies in LAVTR, the 3.26%. And it is only for residential property. And the amount goes directly from the state to the taxpayer. It doesn't go back to the county. So if you haven't seen that, you gotta take a look at it. It's at least something to look at and to talk about.
Absolutely.
And I'm sponsoring, so my name's on.
Good idea. Anything that furthers that conversation is a good thing.
If you're not reducing the property taxes on farmland and ranch land and pasture, but just on homes, how is that fair? Because if we lose our farmland to taxes, which it's crazy, we're not going to have a home to pay taxes on, or to get reduced taxes on. If you're going to reduce tax for home, it should be across the board on everything.
Well, you might have a conversation with Representative.
I'd say, Bill, most of the complaints that we're getting are on property tax, but home property.
Residential taxes, but not the-
The people don't complain.
they go up so much higher than ag land, and maybe Anna, could you speak to that at all? About what's happened to residential property?
Sure. Well, the biggest thing is supply and demand impacts obviously the market. And so, yes, your residential is at market value. Ag land is at use value. There's a difference. And so a huge difference in market versus use value. So all property is appraised, or the value that's set for the tax purposes is market value, with the exception of the ag land, which is at the use value. And that's determined that the state does the analysis. They get producers turn information into K-State, and that's on a 8-year running average on the production and all of those pieces. Market value, I mean, if those agricultural properties were at market value, those values would be astronomically higher. I mean, and that's the reality of it. And so, yes, the appraised value of ag land is far lower than the actual market value. Now, that's not speaking for or against anything. That's just an explanation of market value is a direct impact of supply and demand. We know the supply is low and the demand is high. And so that drove those prices up fast.
And every time a house sells at this price, your comparative, yeah, your comps
so
bring your value up to that, whether you sell or stay there for.
Market, the way that properties that have not sold, to determine their value, you look at the sales of similar properties. Yes. And so in the state of Kansas, we do review every sale to ensure the data is accurately listed, make sure that there's nothing unusual around that sale that would make it maybe not represent the current market. And so that's how those homes that have not sold, they go up too. You know, if there's an issue with someone's property, like they said, well, my home is not in, excellent condition. I've got all these problems with it and whatnot. That's what the appeal process is for. Maybe there's something we're not recognizing in that home. But if the data is correct, in comparison to those homes that are sold, then yes, those values are going to come up. The thought is, the interest rates rising, home prices are going to drop. We haven't seen that. We've seen the sales slow. We're not seeing those sales as they were. But our median sale price is still kind of dancing at the same that it's sat for quite a while now. It's not this huge upward curve though. And so like in Riley County right now, kind of 3 to 5% is that trend so far what we're seeing for 2024. But that doesn't mean every property is going to go up 3 to 5%. There are some areas that are going to see a higher increase just because of the demand in a particular market. And that kind of leads maybe to that next piece on capping valuation. Valuation is not the issue. It's the tax burden that's the issue. And so in the state of Kansas, we have a system, we have oversight, significant oversight, where we have to turn everything we do into the state to ensure we're following the rules, doing everything that the state asks us to do in a fiscal year when we're setting those values. And so all the testing with the sales ratio, the COD, PRD, all of those pieces say, okay, yeah, they're doing their job. They're within this threshold of those sale prices. So overall, they're doing good, or they're really missing the mark. They're at 70% of what these homes are selling. Or if we were overvaluing homes, you would see the opposite. We would be way over purchase prices. And as that type of thing, every year we get those reports. How are we doing? How are we doing? So last year, Raleigh County, we were at kind of that 88%. So far this year, we're at 95. That's a nice place to be, that 95% range, because that means there's a little bit of wiggle room. We're not right at market, but we're not too far below market. We're falling nicely in compliance overall. And so, it's what we do is we look at the sales. Those sales will dictate what the values are. And a lot of people, when they come in to talk to us, they know I could sell my home for that. I could sell my home for more than that. So in the appraiser's office, we're doing our job. It's the tax burden that people are paying, how much taxes they're having to pay on that home that they're angry about. And so to change or implement a cap on the valuation piece is risky. Because what ends up happening when you do that is then people start paying an unproportionate amount of taxes. You've got this group that's always at market, because maybe the market's going up 4% per year, which that doesn't happen every year, but 4% per year. So every year this property is going up 4%, but this market sees 14%. Well, they're only going up 4%. So now they are the low market by 10%. And then year after year, as that continues to happen, these guys are always paying right at market and what their home is worth, the tax responsibility for that. Well, these guys are paying below it. And so over time, it will lead to an inequitable system where you've got some always paying full amount, their fair share of the tax, while others aren't. And so the issue, as far as, from a public figure's perspective for me, and maybe not even necessarily as the appraiser, but as a person that listens to the people and that hears those complaints regularly, it's not always just about their appraised value. 99% of the time, it's their taxes they're so mad about. And so to change the appraisal system, I think is very dangerous. I think and over time, it's going to lead to full reappraisal. We've got a system in Kansas. Some states have different systems, but overall, we have good oversight. We have rules, classes, coursework, all kinds of things that we have to go through and ensure we're doing every year. We're not perfect. That's part of why if we see maybe we're too high, 1 year, then maybe that next year we're definitely going to bring them back in line. Or if we're too low, we're going to try to bring them up. And so there's a lot that goes into it. As a person that has listened to the property owners complain time and time again, yeah, sometimes the values are too high. We miss something on the property, they come in and talk to us, we'll fix it. But a lot of times it's, well, those taxes are ridiculous. And so special assessments are another thing. Go ahead.
And the reason that we hear that we can't get this cleaned up and changed year after year, the Democrats have put forward a proposal to pay that. It's in the budget every year. Governor presents it in her budget. It gets stripped out in committee. So it is in the statute. We're supposed to do it. This would just pay it. It doesn't change any valuations of anything at all.
The LMETR or
the bill
that you're
proposing, I'll send you a copy of that.
Yeah.
But it just changes. It just creates a new way to pay it. I mean, it's staggered, it's kind of detailed. But it would be to pay it to the counties, but to pay it to the homeowners instead of the counties, because year after year, when we try to pass it, they say the opposition to it that votes it down always says that it is not going to go to the owners, it's going to go to some pet project that county has. That's the reputation, that's the rumor that can spread through the building. So this would pay it to the homeowners directly, and it would bypass the county being able to use it for something they shouldn't, and which I'm not saying you do, but other people do say that.
Another
counties use it irresponsibly.
Well, another piece that, as far as when it comes to the property valuation and the tax burden that people are feeling, is when there's so much exempt, so many exemptions, one thing after another gets exempt. 41% of the property value in Riley County is that is a huge amount of exemption. And so that when you hear proposals of bills that are going to exempt more property, it's scary, because then what happens is that burden shifts right back to the commercial property owners, the farmers, the residential property owners, and they are carrying that weight. And so that's the thing that I would just, as, like I said, a public servant, not necessarily as the appraiser, because of what I hear regularly when when legislation is making those big decisions, you have to consider it's the tax burden itself. It's not the problem with the appraised system. It's the taxes. And so I'll get off my soapbox.
When you're looking at how the raise revenue, it's interesting to look at the ratios. For example, at the state level, when you look at property income tax and sales tax and fees included in that, And then when you look inside each one of those, there's a story there too. So when you look inside property tax, and you look back 20 or 25 years, and you look at the ratio of what is the revenue percentage driven from residential property, what is from farmland, and what's from commercial property, what you found is a very large growth in the percentage share that is achieved from residential property. So one of the things, during this discussion that I'm sure we'll have is that the way we want to do it? Or is the residential share too high and have to be reduced? I mean, that's one of the motivations for the application of this return of the LABTR directly to the residential homeowner.
This particular proposal has the money coming from the state general fund. So it would be a line item in the budget, pay for state general fund, and it does not affect school districts. So it's a way of it's a tax cut. In a way, I mean, it's the way to give a tax cut to the people without having to change our income tax system, but it still directly goes to the owners of property in this.
And on the commercial side, when you look at that, and say, well, one of the things we'll have to discuss is that almost every commercial property house. So at least they're getting something.
Well, that'd be the same on the ag side too. I mean, Farmer Rancher has their own home too, and then you have to maybe include that in that cost, but even that will balance as well.
And it comes a little bit back to that exemption piece, because like a commercial machinery equipment, that became fully exempt. I can't remember the year that happened. Right, but I believe there was supposed to be a payment of some sort back to the local. Yes, yeah, and so that's the kind of stuff that puts counties and cities and those jurisdictions in trouble, is when we're supposed to be getting all of that back, and then year after year it doesn't happen. What ends up happening is it just shifts right back, residential, commercial, and on the property tax part. And so
Nancy?
Didn't see you should. No, that's okay. I was waiting for a spot to have you in here, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting. No, I think, the ad valorem tax, as well as the next item you're going to be discussing, when we talk about property taxes, the ad valorem tax, the state should be giving that anyway, just like for capers. When you're supposed to be doing something according to statute and you don't, you end up kind of doubling it every single time, and you still have to owe it back to the communities. I'm on taxation and assessment in the Senate, and Senator Tyson is very much about all of the issues we are talking about right now. I will say, the state can control so much about property taxes, but we have to be cautious in the sense that with 105 counties and hundreds of other cities, when we're dealing with property taxes that pay for our police departments, our fire or emergency services, other entities, even though the state can have somewhat of an impact, if we reduce it so much, then the mill levies might be increased at the local level, because they have the authority to do that. If it depends on how many services you want, what type of services you want in your own city or county. So I think this discussion is extremely complex, because although we can reduce some of that at the state level, we may not make a big difference if communities still have a need that they have to meet. Therefore, they have to raise their own mill levies, whether it's with local school bond issues or with county bond issues or with the city bond issues, and the mill levy itself, not just the sales tax. But there are ways that communities need to meet their needs. And that's somewhat why rural communities are suffering so much, because their mill levy, even if it's, let's say 50 mills, they still get a very small dollar amount based on that population. So I think that's why this discussion ends up becoming so complicated. We're in a good space right now where we do have revenue that we can at least utilize for these purposes. So it's going to be an ongoing discussion. And I do think it's, like I said, extremely complex, but there's going to be hundreds of bills pertaining to property taxes in this session.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
Can I talk about one of those?
Maybe
this is a good time.
Yeah, let me just ask one thing of our delegate or delegation member online. Representative Butler, I haven't been watching carefully enough online. Is there anything you wanted to say? Or a question you wanted to ask? You'll have to unmute.
No, I'm just hanging in here. I'm fighting COVID, so it's kind of just hanging in, listening. I think everybody's made good comments, so I'm just listening.
Thank you. Yeah.
So while we're talking about exemptions, so I'm the bad guy along with Representative Dodson and Representative Butler, who sponsored this bill for disabled veteran property tax relief. And the intent of the bill is to keep more veterans here in Kansas. You know, a lot of them come with degrees, a lot of them come with advanced degrees. They've got working age spouses, their working age, continue to contribute to the economy. But unintended consequence of the original bill as drafted was that 3 counties were going to get hit really, really hard. Geary County, I had Kansas Legislative Research Division do all the numbers. Geary County was going to get hit to about the tune of 19% of their property tax revenue. Riley County 6.7 and Leavenworth County 6.1. And so I've run the numbers through Kansas Legislative Research Division using some very generous assumptions so we make sure we don't have more surprises in the future. And this amendment that I just handed out basically allows those 3 counties, because the number in the amendment is any county that's going to lose more than 3% of their property tax revenue. But the truth is that's 3 counties, everybody else is less than 1%. Because all the disabled veterans live in these 3 counties. This would allow those 3 counties to go back to the state, as well as any cities or school districts that are going to be hit with more than 3%, to go back to the state and get a refund of the lost revenue. And Leavenworth was concerned about the exact same thing that we talked about here, which was what happens when 3 years from now the legislature changes their mind. So what I've added here is a non-severability clause, that first, on the second page, that first block. If we don't fund it, the whole exemption goes away. So that way, it can't, you know, we can't rob Peter to pay Paul down the road or something like that. And on Monday, I went and I talked to Geary County about it. They're now, you know, they're now positive about the bill. One of them is going to come actually testify in support. I'm hoping that I can at least, you know, persuade you to not oppose, but it'd be wonderful if you'd be willing to support, because I think it's a big deal for right here in Riley County. I used to live here. A lot of my friends that I was in the Big Red One with retired here. Big Red One former commander who's retired here. I think it's great for these communities, for these counties, to have those folks stay. And it, you know, the genesis of the bill is Leavenworth Synergy people. My city is the Virgin people. They're going to, you know, they're separated from Fort Leavenworth and they're going to Texas and Florida because the tax climate's better. And across Kansas, our population is stagnant while the rest of the country is growing. So if we can hang on to those people, I think it's a net benefit. But I'd be happy to answer your questions or shut up and let you get on with your meeting.
Yeah, Representative, I do have one on here.
Yeah.
I understand this to be basically a 70%.
Yeah, and so it's graded. So at 30%, it's 60% exemption. And then as you go up by 10%, it's 70% or more, it's 100% exemption.
Okay. And is that on a permanent basis too? I mean,
Yeah.
It's got to be declared.
Yeah, it's whatever your rating is in that tax year. So if the VA come back and say you're no longer 100% disabled, you're only 50% disabled, that you would lose that, you know, the full amount exemption, you go down to whatever the 50% is. The other thing this does is once the veteran is 65, they're eligible for the full amount. And once a surviving spouse is eligible for the exemption, surviving spouse doesn't get kicked out or, you know, can't afford the home after the veteran dies.
Yeah, I had a question. Do you have any income requirements on this? Like if you're
No, this is not like the homestead exemption. The homestead exemption has income and house price limits. This does not. because the goal is to keep these folks in the state. These are disabled veterans, yeah, disabled
Do
veterans.
they have to be receiving money as?
Yes, so if you have a rating over 0%, you get a check from the VA, and that's actually how we figured out the numbers. So we figured out where the checks were going in every county, and that's kind of how we ran down where all these veterans.
Commissioner McKinley?
Yeah. But my understanding, very few veterans get out without some disabilities.
That's true.
For anything. I mean, I've got a son-in-law who's getting, I don't remember what it is, 30-40% because hearing loss, didn't have hearing loss. But they said because he was over there, in fact, the earplug, that he may have to, and I have a problem with that. And a lot of those people who have 30, 40, 50% disability, they're full-time, they're working. It's not affecting their income.
So I can't.
Full disabilities, I understand. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. But the percentage ones still getting a huge benefit that most of those disabilities are not hurting their incomes.
Yeah.
They're still keeping a full-time job, working, doing stuff. And we're gonna give them taxes. And like we said, we're already huge percentage tax exempt in the county. And all you're saying is everybody else should pay. And some of those guys, a lot of these military guys, they're making more than their neighbors, but then they're gonna get a tax rate.
So let me take two things. First of all, I'm not gonna defend how the VA calculates disability.
They're very generous.
I'm deaf as a post and I didn't get anything for my hearing, but this amendment, the bill plus the amendment means that other taxpayers are not gonna be paying for their exemption because you can go to the state and get full reimbursement for any revenues that you lose.
Yeah, we were promised that thing with LABTR.
Okay,
and you can put something in there, but the next group can take it back out. And it might work for a year or two, but in the long run, eventually the state will say, we don't do it.
The other thing I would say is if these veterans stay in Raleigh County and contribute to the economy over time, there's going to be a big economic benefit. I won't be doing this. This is great.
But they are, if it's going to have that huge effect on us, then they are staying.
Yeah, well, they're not right now. I mean, the majority of them, we separate from Fort Leavenworth about 200 service members a year. And none of them stay in Leavenworth County. They go to Texas and they go to Florida. They just stay in their county. So it's Missouri type. Yeah, I live right next to the bridge. They all moved to Platte City where the property taxes are half as much, and we lose those folks in our community. So it's great for the veterans to live here now, but this is really about getting more folks to stay here. Yes, that's it.
Okay, I've got county appraiser wanting to weigh in on something. She's over the waiting period.
Well, I just, my dad was in the Air Force for 20 plus years, and he does have disabilities too, but he got out and is working a very good job. I mean, so just like Mr. McKinley said, without any kind of consideration for, their income, we could have a military person and a $500,000 home, not that my dad does, I'm not saying that at all, but in a very nice home that we're gonna say is gonna be tax exempt or 50% or whatever. And then the other big piece of this for me is who's gonna manage that? I mean, you said the only reason you were able to figure this out is by how the checks were cut.
So you would, of course, the Department of Revenue will have to figure out the regulation, right? That's how it works. We pass a bill and the Department of Revenue and the executive branch figures out how to implement the law. But I would imagine that you guys would calculate their taxes just like they were going to pay the taxes. And then you would go to the state and say, this person's house is at this value and this is the mill levy that we're not getting. We need that amount of money.
What you're saying also is this the taxpayer's responsibility to come and ask for this exemption?
Yes. The taxpayer, I can't predict how the Department of Revenue will implement, but a great analogy is how disabled veteran tax license plates are done. The veteran has to go get the documentation that they have the percentage disability and then all the other materials for a license plate, and then they have to present that to get that benefit.
I'd like to jump in here.
Yeah, oh yeah, I believe.
I'm going to jump in here just for a minute. Let's continue the discussion with items that are actually on the Riley County platform and finish that off. We can always return to this.
Yeah, yeah.
Or any other.
Thank you I really appreciate you giving me the time. You guys. Sorry.
Thank you. No apologies, sir.
Just one thing, Clancy, when we have a veterans committee and a veterans caucus. And one of the things that we decided about 3 years ago is exactly what Pat said. How do we keep more people in the state of Kansas? And when we look back at our own careers and kind of the dynamics, one of the things you find is it was very heavily advertised that if you lived in the state of Florida, Texas, and Washington at the time, you had no income tax. So the probability is when you retire, you're going to move back to one of those states. And so this is one of the kinds of things we want to do for the state of Kansas to make sure that it attracts servicemen and women and keeps them here and keeps them coming back and sending their kids to our schools too. So
And another thing, they have great healthcare. If they're VA qualified, they have VA benefits, but there's not a hospital here, which means that the VA is going to pay for them to basically support your healthcare system with those dollars. So I could go on for days. I'm sorry. I apologize for hijacking, but I do appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about it.
Thank you. Let's move on to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611, because that deals with what County Appraiser was describing to you earlier, the disparity in tax treatment to homes that are virtually identical, but one has been capped at value and one is not. Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611 has that cap on value, not on taxes, on value. If you want to cap taxes, and I've had this conversation with KAC, with one of the proponents of 1611, the way you do that, the way you reduce property taxes is at the local level. You pass a budget that reduces or eliminates services if necessary to get the amount of property tax that you want to draw out of people. I know that seems basic. I know that seems obvious, but when I had that discussion with the gentleman, the first thing he told me was, well, that's hard. Yes, it's hard. No one likes to be in a position, no governing body would sensibly be in a position, want to be in a position where it had to tell people we're going to have to reduce services because we are not willing to pass a budget that drags this amount of money out of the citizens to pay their property taxes. But the unfairness in 1611 is not the amount of tax, it's the amount of tax that people end up paying. The person with the house that market forces are being prevented from driving its assessment are paying less than the person with the lower valued home. And it's interesting because I've been saying that's a problem with uniform and equal rate of assessment. It's really not. Because if you look at 1611, it still says, well, you must have uniform and equal rate of assessment and taxation. That's how it reads. But it has the language in that it has it now, except for the following.
That's a big word.
So it leaves, you will hear people say, well, no, it's still got to be uniform and equal rate of assessment. Well, the problem is the exception 1611 represents, because it causes over time, like, I can't predict, but given what we know about the market, over time, homes increase in value. Homes at the lower end are probably never going to increase at the rate a home at the larger end of the price point are actually going to command. And it's that property that's got its value frozen at that amount until they sell. It raises another issue, and I think you're probably going to hear from the Kansas Association of Realtors on this one, because I've seen some of that, but not much yet. How am I going to sell my property if this goes into effect? If buyers are going to say, forget your value's frozen, you give it to me, and suddenly my home, that home's going to be valued at something I don't want to pay that level, so forget it. I'm moving on to another property. I would submit has a great potential for suppressing the sale of homes that are not ready, that the person that the person isn't even the seller, the proposed seller, they're not going to be in a position to do anything about that. All right. And yes, they've had the benefit, short term or long term. Okay, of having that 4% value, but then they're in a position where if they sell it, their buyer is going to say, forget it, I'm not interested. And people will know that. They will learn about how this works. And then what's going to happen is, I would submit, both legislators and local governing bodies are going to hear from people about the unfairness of that. It isn't going to be about uniform and equal rate of assessment. It's going to be, how in the world does this identical home get this benefit of paying even less of a share of the total property tax pie, as Anna would say. And I'm in that lower level and I'm paying more property taxes than this person with a home that's valued much higher, and they're capped for the foreseeable future until they sell. They'll never go above 4% unless they sell. And that's going to be a practical problem that this bill represents. It doesn't involve uniform and equal rate of assessment and taxation. It's just simple fairness. That was going to drive complaints. I've actually seen it. I hate to believe I have to go. Oh yeah, you got a call from the district court, Barry.
Judge wants to see you.
He knows I'm lying about that. He's an elected official. So, the last thing I wanted to touch on, and it's in the same category, is the county appraiser letter that you have in your packets. It's got some red lines on it, but again, I know you touched on this, Anna, but would you just talk a little bit about the impact from your perspective as county appraiser? You don't have to hit everything, you don't have to go over things you've already kind of touched on, but what's your view of Senate concurrent resolution 1611? If you could explain that.
I think I kind of touched on that a minute ago when we were talking about that imposing the caps is just going to create that inequitable tax burden. You're going to have some paying at market while others are well below. And that's over time is going to result in having to fully reappraise all property. I think in the end, it's going to be coming up that it's unconstitutional. And that's a big concern. I mean, there's been a couple things historically that were imposed and then it was deemed, oh, that's really unconstitutional. We can't do that. Just like it was when there was an appeal, you can't raise the value for so long, that kind of stuff, that kind of legislation eventually over time very quickly gets turned around because it is deemed unfair.
Constitutional amendment.
Right, but over time, you're gonna have a lot of people saying, well, how is that fair constitutionally that where?
If you change the constitution, so it would be legal.
Legal but unfair, Sydney. So that's what you're gonna get. It'll be legal.
But unfair.
But unfair.
The court might find that it's not actually.
What for?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
the first conference or something.
That's what I was gonna say. Mr. Clancy, I own a property in California and sold it last year. We bought it in 1971 at a price of $37,000. And I sold it for an extremely higher amount. My property taxes did not change from 1975 till the day I sold the property. The new owner has to pay the new value that was established at the sale. But for 20, 50 years, we owned that property and paid a 1975 value. That was very hard on the state of California, but it was a referendum by the public. It was a constitutional change by the public. So I would certainly not be happy to see something like this go in any way, at any level, because it, while it had good intentions, it would really bankrupt the state. Their schools suffered dramatically.
Yeah.
There's a similar result in Colorado.
Yeah.
Those states did do a tax lid.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, it's one of the multiple ideas apparently that are being talked about. It doesn't mean it's going to be on the exist, you know. all those kind of solutions that tinker with the valuation process in any manner that does this, not just anyway. There are changes that could be made to it. This would be perfectly long-term, could be okay.
As long as it's done with everything.
Well, it just, again,
In mind.
you have to see what is the practical effect of it. And that's really what Anna's saying. The practical effect is what's going to get people fired up. They're not going to go read the Kansas Constitution and say, well, and if they do, and they're not going to care if they go in there and somebody points out, well, it says except what's happening to you. It says, I don't care about that. What's happening to me is terrible. I'm going to go to the legislature. I'm going to go talk to my county commission. I'm going to talk to my city council. There's no way it's fair. And that's the kind of thing that's going to generate a problem that could be similar to statewide reappraisal. It just depends on how long, if this thing gets passed, how long it's in effect. Because over time, the market is going to probably cause what she's describing. Because it has its origin.
Because then what can also happen, the market continues to grow, 3 to 4% over the next several years, or let's just say there's a decline. Okay, so if we're still not at market, but then we see this huge dip, but that dip we're still not at market. Well, why is my property value not going down? We're in a recession. Well, you were never at market. So we're still going to be having to go up to still try to catch up with that market. And so some areas, regardless of what's happening in the market, are going to go up. Even if the market's saying now, 5 years later, we should be going down. Well, we never got them to market in the first place. We've never been there. So tinkering with the appraised value is really risky and a very scary direction to go when our appraisal system is not where that problem seems to lie. We're following the market. By following the market and continuing to do that uniformly, we're establishing that uniform. So you got $150,000 house, their taxes are based on $150,000. A $450,000 house, their taxes are based on that. And as that market shifts, that $450,000 house becomes $500,000. Theirs is going up that 150 only goes up 5,000. Well, theirs is based on that, but we're equally moving them based on what their markets are doing versus saying everybody's only going to go up 4%. Even though this guy is 300, 400,000 might be going up even more in a year. And that's really what this letter is about. Like I said, it's just as a public servant and as an appraiser who hears the property owner's complaints regularly, a lot of times it's not just about the appraised value, it's about the tax. And in the long run, this kind of policy is going to hurt the property owners, the people paying those taxes more, just over time. That's the concern as far as.
So it would be cleaner to just cap tax increases instead of raises.
I mean, that's outside of my.
I'll be honest with you, Representative. I would, if that's the direction we're going over the course of the long term, I would say, yeah, there's states that do it. I know there was some sarcasm going on there, but yeah.
The democratic process has the people involved in electing the people that will cap things. That's a local level, and that is democracy.
But you're gonna say real through speeds.
Clancy?
But to be honest with you, I would just say, sorry, Senator. Just to be honest with you, we have the power to do that already. I mean, we can cap our own tax rates if we chose to do so. I mean, we do have that option. That is possible. Yeah.
But here's your point.
Well, you can do that too. Yes.
That's hard.
It is hard.
It is hard. Senator, ready?
Yeah, like I said, being on taxation, this bill was brought to us to the Senate floor twice, and the first time it did not pass, and the second time it did, because the first time I think it was at 3%. The second time it was at 4%. Even then, a lot of people, including myself, were not for it because it is a constitutional amendment. It will go to the House next, and if it should pass there, the voters vote on it. And then it's up to everybody else to educate or learn more about it and what this means. Along with this, there's probably going to be a tax bill for a flat tax once again on an income tax. So you're going to see a variety of lowering taxes coming from a variety of bills. Again, that's going to fall back onto your local communities. I think it's going to impact your school districts, your police departments, your fire departments, and everything else. And I don't know how you can educate the public about all of this, because we still have the dark store stuff going on with commercial property. And nobody's going to be addressing that. There's not even a bill that's going to come to the floor regarding any of that. But when we continuously reduce our services for our public, that's what's going to reduce our workforce. People are not going to stay in Kansas much longer if they have fewer and fewer services and less quality of life. And that's what these types of funding sources mean to our public and to our communities and the most vulnerable populations that live here, especially the middle class that's paying taxes from every end possible. So this bill is going to go to the House, and that's where the next piece is going to take off for it to end up on the constitutional amendment on the ballot for voters to vote on. Being a presidential year and having that every single legislator in the Senate and the House is on the ballot, this is going to be a hot topic issue.
Senator, my understanding is this 1611, the Senate concurrent resolution 1611 is being described as being already teed up because of the action that's already been taken in the Senate. And so once it gets that 2/3 majority in the House, if it does, then it's going on the ballot. Correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I was trying to say. Once the House, if and when the House passes it, it ends up on the ballot for voters. So there's one more level to it. So I don't know how you speak to your House representatives on it also.
Thank you for that clarification. Well, in our effort to clinically depress every governing body, I think that's all that we have to present right now, unless anyone has some questions about anything that's been discussed. I will encourage members of delegation, please take the opportunity during the session to contact our department heads at Riley County. They're always willing to provide you information or to send you in a direction regarding any bill that you have questions about the impact on the county, not just our county, but any county. They've in the past been very willing to talk with you, and I am sure that's going to continue. So please take us up on that. We'd be glad to provide you background information on anything. And you will hear the truth from it. It's not going to be, they're not instructed to carry the company line. They're not going to do that. You're going to hear from subject matter experts on any number of things. It could be very useful to you, whether you're crafting the bill or deciding whether you want to support something. They'll tell you the truth. So, any questions on anything so far? Okay. Madam Chairwoman, I hope you get we're done. With that, I'll turn it over to you for closing remarks. And you have 5 minutes. So you better.
I'm not going to make 5 minutes for closing remarks, but.
It can be by the entire board, so you can split time.
Okay, well, I really learned a lot in this session, and really appreciated all of the state officials coming and all of our county officials coming and voicing their opinions. And the lobbyists, you haven't said a lot.
Lobbyists never do, they listen.
Yeah, okay.
Their ears and eyes, not mouth, right?
And but it brings something and it has no ritual of valuable session. We always look forward to it every year to let you know how we feel and what we're going through at the county level.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to second that notion. I'd also like to thank each and every one of you for your service. Of course, as an elected official, I know how difficult it can be, and I know up there you probably feel like a stick and a stack of sticks sometimes trying to work through things. But we do appreciate your work and efforts to be good. And sometimes our conversations may not steer that way necessarily. So and we just got to continue to work together to solve some of these problems, because to be honest with you, at the end of the day, it's about hardworking Kansans is what it's about. That's who we're all serving. So that's what we all need to facilitate and be mindful of.
Commissioner McKinley?
Again, I just want to thank legislators for coming in and discuss things with us. And Landon said if you have questions, something comes up, you want to, how does that affect the county? Don't hesitate to call I'm just available online, all the constituents find it.
Okay. Well, I'd like to also thank members of the delegation and department heads for showing up. And thank you for a very good discussion. Really appreciate your time. Thank you for your service.
For a picture. Yeah, so my constituents and I came out here and talked to you about this because they're really interested in it.
Do you have time?
Yeah, before you leave? Yeah, I do.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
Maybe in. Yeah. We do it all the time.
Yeah, we've done this. That's about the only thing we seem to be good at sometimes, right?
Wait, hang on, I don't want to.
You come right on in.
One, two. All right, got a couple there.
And then I'll chat with you. Yeah, that's what I will. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, I can't sit still that long. I'm scared.
I gotta make it down.
Yeah, yeah, I know this. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're talking about
But I mean, it's very clear about the tap that you have with you know, so, yeah, but I.
Right. Myself, and we delivered them here to
Okay, yeah.
Who in
That used to be in my district, but I lost it in my district. I know exactly right, but that used to be in my district. Actually, most of that still, everything north of
So the working group just needs thing. I've seen Kelly and Amanda.
Yeah, you're no good.
Myself.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you're talking about the south area. Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah. No.
Spot up there.
Yeah. It was, you know, I mean, that's. When it comes to the project and that, yeah. Brian's not the.
No.
You know, Brian's the one giving us the cost and, you know, the environmental aspects, the construction aspects, but as far as.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
His predecessor.
Yeah, and that used to be in my district. I lost all that stuff, and it broke my heart because that's a good area. That's a good area for me. It still is. So.